All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to Attempt 27, Episode 1 of Vintage Story Wilderness Survival Permadeath. Hello De Facto, hello Chris, it's wonderful to see you guys. Now, what happened yesterday, it was a fluke. It's not gonna happen again. Okay, at least that's my hope. We experienced horrible anomalies with our world generation where our Plains and Valleys mod, all of the valleys were comprised of water, primarily. But we're just gonna hope that doesn't happen again. In fact, I'm gonna stop putting in world seeds entirely. So we're gonna change all of our settings here. Sand and gravel, water can be transported, cubic block chiseling, and then no class exclusives. We have 1 life. Yeah, we're not gonna change the world seed. We're not gonna put VSPD 27 here. We're just gonna hop in. We're gonna let it randomly generate. And that's it, right? We're not gonna change anything except for the world settings themselves. But this, we will call it VSPD 27. Let's hop in and let's hope that everything is copacetic this time. Hell, if I spawned in a place that had a lot of seeds around me, I'd probably want to settle right there instead of traveling. I liked the traveling, I love it, but I'm worried if I travel too far, not only do I get further from the Resonance archives, but I also, like, I might enter parts of the world with broken generation, right? All right, let's get the camera all set up here. That mountain looks kind of funky. It's interesting. And that might even be lime, actually. It'd be interesting to have lime that readily available. Hello, Zachary. Hello, buddy. It's good to see you. Right on. Right on. See the start of the adventure, and hopefully we don't have any funky terrain generation today. How did I die? I didn't die in the last episode. We had terrain problems. Honestly, it was an amazing episode 1. I walked around for like an hour and a half, spending 4 in-game days, getting like 180 flax seeds, a whole bunch of other shit. Like, we were nailing it, buddy. We had even found like a linen sack, but I kept on, I would go over a mountain de facto, and there'd be nothing on the other side of it except an entire valley of water. And then I'd go over another mountain, same thing, water. Another mountain, same thing, water. I lost my fucking mind. Like, I literally had to stop playing yesterday because of it. So I'm hoping that the same shit doesn't happen here. That's a lot of water, to be fair. Let's just start grabbing shit. There's way too much water, I don't know. There's just something weird about it. But I'm gonna just pray to God that we don't get boned out of another playthrough today. I wonder if there's a console command to generate a new Resonance archive. Well, it doesn't look like there's actually a safe way. Anyway, we do have lime here. All right, let me get a quick look around. I don't want to commit if I don't like the cut of this world's jib. See that? You go over the mountain, there's some water. Massive amount of water. Now there is a flat plain here. And we are near lime. So like, you know. All right, I'm gonna risk committing to this world. And hopefully we don't end up in the same position as yesterday where there's just water everywhere and you know, oh god. I really wanted to keep going in that world too, because we had found that cool bamboo hat. We had a linen sack. We had all the seeds we could have possibly needed, right? Like, I hate how much water spawns, and it's not even like ocean water. It's just like shitty ass fucking lakes that nobody asked for and nobody wants, right? I hate it. There's way too many lakes. There should be rivers that lead to lakes. There shouldn't just be lakes peppering every landscape everywhere, right? In my opinion, my professional opinion, it is a world generation flaw that there are this many lakes everywhere. All right, let's make our knife. I haven't tried adjusting the world height, no. Oh, Anthony, that was, yeah, that was a creature that should not have existed. We were not deep enough to encounter that. That was a deep slit. It was a deep slit shiver. Basically the most powerful type of shiver that you can encounter. And we encountered it like 40 blocks below the surface. It was overtuned. And you know what? It was because of a mod that we were using. It was because of the Better Ruins mod. So I have removed the Better Ruins mod. I no longer like it. I think that it disrupts the balance of the game too heavily, and it adds too much RNG. I also, because of the Better Ruins mod, ended up encountering a nightmare shiver on the surface. Like, at a random ass ruin on the surface, I ended up encountering this fucking super dangerous thing that basically had the power to one-shot us. So I've come to the conclusion that Better Ruins isn't worth it, and that the negatives, they far outweigh the positives of the mod. At least regarding a permadeath experience, right? We can't be encountering nightmare and deep slit creatures on the surface, or even around the surface. It's just not fair. Now, I have asked the mod creator if he might make a patch that gives the ruins, but without giving the super powerful monsters. But we don't really know whether or not my request will be accommodated. In fact, it's really unlikely, but we'll see. All right, I made my baskets. I need 24 of these, but I also need some food. I have to craft a reed chest, and then I can carry the reed chest on my back for boosted storage capacity. All right, there we go. Now I can put that on my back. I tried to fight it. I was fighting it, but it just sort of, you know, eventually it got lucky, got a hit, and that was it. I'm gonna play 7 Days to Die soon enough. Not too soon. I'm waiting for more. I'm gonna let the game cook a bit. I like the whole, what do you call it? Like, I'm a fan of some of the changes that they've made, a big fan. I just want more, you know? Honestly, I feel kind of insulted that after all this time, all the hate, like they engaged in a battle of attrition with their whole community and they lost. Everybody always wanted action skills back. You know, they always wanted survival elements back. They always wanted temperature and clothing back. They always wanted jars back. And yet the whole time, the fun, like, once it affected the Fun Pimp's financial bottom line and their game started becoming irrelevant, that's when they changed it. And it just really sucks that it had to go that far for the Fun Pimps to believe that the community who was playing the game knew what was best for the game, right? So I don't know. Yeah, I'm taking a long break from it. Are you a treasure hunter? What are you? Materials trader. Well, we're gonna need some more food than a few cranberries. Bony soil. Night Only Dying Light was super cool, yeah. I shouldn't have deleted my Brutal playthrough. I probably could have kept on going with that, but I thought that I was gonna be playing specifically Nightmare difficulty. It just, I didn't foresee that Nightmare difficulty would be that, well, impossible, right? So unfortunately, we no longer have our Brutal difficulty playthrough. Although that is always an excuse to just start another one. All right, got a couple of tools. Don't really need the black coal. Now, I'm totally willing to spend another 5 days traveling before we start, like, before we settle down. I am. I just hope I don't get screwed, buddy. I hope I don't end up seeing a whole bunch of watery terrain everywhere again. Look at that. Redemption, right? We already got a linen sack from one of those containers. That's huge. That's like a gesture of goodwill from the game for what happened yesterday, right? Hopefully. Anyway, let's just take it and run. I'm starting to get hungry, but I'm not too worried about it. I can go a little hungry and still be fine. Yeah, let's start traveling this way. Get rid of that Lily of the Valley. I see some fruits. Potential fruits over here. A filled beanade? We're just gonna get rid of that. Same with the black coal. I don't need it. Yeah, let's grab these and eat them. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's perceptive of you, Zach. I was so excited for it, dude, and I thought it was gonna be the best thing ever, but it wasn't meant to be, I guess. Now, no one's saying I can't play Nightmare mode, but I really loved the idea. Like, when I was playing Brutal difficulty at night, I thought it was impossible at first, but then eventually I learned how to do it. I got good. I mastered nighttime, right? I mastered the art of like volatile evasion and got really good at it. So like I was really hoping I could have that same experience in Nightmare mode, but that supercharged volatile, it sort of changes everything. I got the achievement for killing that volatile, even though I didn't kill it. So my best guess is that he must have like fallen into water and drowned or something during a chase. Like, I really have no idea. But only 1.3% of players have that achievement, so oh, I played the game for like 2 hours and I'm already in the top 1%. Isn't that amazing? Who could have guessed? Who knew? Fucking. Okay. Yeah, let's start looking around. See, there's a massive lake over that way where we came from and another massive lake over here. I'm hoping that it'll sort of, it won't be like that throughout. That's kind of what we encountered yesterday, but I gotta have faith, right? You can't really start a playthrough unless you have faith it's gonna go somewhere good, so we deal with it. I'm gonna make a spear. Nobody's saying I can't kill shit early and start collecting. We do have this chest on our back. I just need to hit up that forest over there so I can get some healing poultices. Hunger's a bit of an issue, though. We spawned in a place with, like, no food, so... Okay. Yeah, let's find something that we can eat. Maybe there's mushrooms in the forest. I see mushrooms, but they look like golden milk drop caps or whatever the fuck they're called. Those would be poisonous. Yeah, gold drop milk caps are poisonous, but we'll take a look around. We need these. All right, we have 16 of them. That's enough to make a stack of bandages. And we got a decent amount of starting sticks. Now, let's locate some grub. I'm not panicking. You know, it sucks to be hungry, of course. It's not going to kill us, though. The damage rate's too slow, and food is generally plenty abundant, even when you're playing as a Blackguard type character. Let's grab that, eat it. I passed some copper bits back there. We're gonna return for them. Right here. Let's put that chest on the ground. Hang on. Delete that. Also the dirt. Put that here. Collect. All right. Got more berries. I gotta grab some cattails so I can make those bandages that we need. And I'm thinking maybe we crest this hill and we see what's on the other side of it base-wise, or seeds, you know, and like whatever we can find. All right, we have a surplus of food now. I have a lot less to worry about. Let's grab these and make our bandages. Okay. See that? You go over the hill, you get a shitload of water. Yeah, it's this is just, I have to unfortunately just decide that it's something I can live with. I don't know what's wrong with the world generation right now, but something invariably is. It's kind of irrefutable when the evidence is right in front of your eyes, but hopefully we don't get this many bodies of water after a couple of updates happen, right? It's crazy, honestly. Like, just water, 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 water everywhere you go. But as long as I find a beautiful place that I can live, I'll care about it a little less. I have to. If I want to enjoy this game still, I have to adjust my expectations. Right? Hopefully we can start finding some seeds shortly. All right, we have some food to last us a little while. Let's regain our HP. Over there might be nice on the other side of the lake. We'll go check it out, and we'll go see if it's either seed worthy or base worthy, whichever. Both are valid right now. I'd like to research bony soil real quick. What's the drop rate on copper? Copper nugget. Oh, that's dumb. So you can't actually get copper nuggets from these. But you have a good chance at like flax fibers, candles. Yeah, it is rather unfortunate though. I feel like you should totally be able to get copper nuggets from bony soil. And it should be at a better rate than sifting through sand. It's just to incentivize collection. Like, if you knew that every bony soil that you collected could improve your ability to enter the Copper Age, you'd be excited for bony soil every time you found it in the early game, right? It just makes sense. Let's get out of here. Son of a bitch. All right. So, I think we wanted to head that way. We just have to try to remember which direction we came from, because there was a shitload of lime and bauxite over there. So it was like behind us. It was over that way, right? We're gonna be living primarily on cranberries for a little bit, just because they have the slowest spoil timer. All right, it's a nice little spot right here, but I mean, without any seed prevalence, we're not really gonna be able to settle down here. Shiver. Harmless enough. I'm faster than a shiver. I might search the ruins and then head back the way we came. We got some seeds here. We could start collecting them. It is getting dark. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna head back to our spawn after I spend a little bit of time gathering some seeds here. And then we'll just kind of go in a different direction and see what's over there. I might have to kill this thing. It's in the cave down below, but it might emerge to attack us. It looks like it's what it's making moves toward right now. All right. Now, does the trader have a bed, or am I gonna have to craft my own? The trader does have a bed that I can use, so I just gotta return to him when it's too dark to continue looking for seeds. There's flax right here. Got it. All right. Well, our first day has been lucrative, but tomorrow we're gonna want to really try hard to cover a lot of ground back toward where the lime was, and then go the other way in an attempt to seek out a place near there, near the lime and the bauxite, that just has more seeds around it. Hang on. Where's the bed? Right here. I gotta try to wake up early. By like 3. All right, 3:39, bright and early. The sun will rise while we move, while we go back there. That way we won't be wasting daylight. We'll see you in a little bit, de facto. Yeah, Gambeson armor, Anthony. Tailored Gambeson specifically, because it gives you the protection of Gambeson, but without the penalty of the movement speed. Tailored Gambeson, only the tailor can craft it, but you can disable class exclusive recipes, which is what I usually do. Pretty sure this is granite. Yeah, we're gonna head back the way we came while the sun rises. Pretty sure we came from way over there across the clearing. I'll grab these. It's a little bit of a vegetable nutrition to increase our max health. And I'll try to hunt more shit too. Increase our holdings of, you know, hides, fat, whatever. I didn't really do any hunting in the last series when I was running around. It's amazing that we were able to get this linen sack a second time. The linen sacks are a redeeming effort. It's tied to the shitty spawns where you're surrounded by water. The water lubricates the loot. It's exactly what's happening. It's science. Yeah, we're almost back where we came from. This lake is beautiful. I can't take it away from the watery landscapes, but you know what sucks about water? Like massive, massive lakes? Traversing them. To the point where your two options are to build a slow-ass raft or run around, right? I mean, you could build a bridge, but I mean, again, time cost. Heavy time cost. Let's eat these mushrooms. We're making good ground, covering good ground on the way back right now. I want to stay close to the world spawn for one reason only, and that is the proximity of the archives. There's like an archive that you can go to, a story-related archive, and I don't want to end up too far away from it. Otherwise, I have to make up for that distance later, right? And it always spawns around you when you first spawn in. I don't need the small bones. Forgo those. All right, let's put our chest down. I'm gonna find more of those. I may as well keep them on me. Anything I'm not likely to find more of is exactly what we have to put in there. So like this axe, flint shovels don't stack. We'll hang on to those tools. Potentially do some gathering on the way. I'll try to break my flint knife by gathering a bunch of cattails. And I guess that'll do for now. Let's take the bushmeat and put the bonus knife in there. Strap that chest to our back. These guys might go aggressive. Alright. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna bother hunting the deers, but I mean, you know, wolves are simple. Deers give large hides is the issue. I want mediums. The small hides, I'm pretty much willing to get rid of, but every raccoon has a chance of dropping fat, as you can see right there, and I kind of want that fat. It's a valuable item, especially as you get later in the game, so it makes you feel like you're invested to get it early. That wolf is to my right. Pretty sure the lime where we spawned is to my left. Okay, now we just finish it off. All right. Yeah, let's go back. We got a little bit more hunting done, gathered some more fat and hides. We're gonna want to oil 4 medium hides with 2 fat. I might kill this bear over here too, but it may necessitate that I make an additional spear. Just one more will do. We're back at the area with lime and bauxite. We're gonna travel in a perimeter around this stuff. Beefy, eh? Alright. At least he didn't run away and make it harder to finish him off. Now let's pick a new direction, go that way. I'll oil this hide right now. Takes 2 fat to do it. Okay. Grab the bones. And then I'll oil 2 of these mediums. And they'll begin curing. Now I'll make another spear. What do you mean, wait, what? What do you mean, wait, what, Anthony? I missed the wait, what context. We got another bear over there. I'll try to take it out. It looks like he just fell in a hole. Okay, maybe we can't take it out. Oh! Yeah, screw that. Fucking running out, he's sniffing us out. I just have to make sure I don't personally fall into that hole, but we can lure him over here to fight him. I'll have to eat some lunch after I finish this bear off. I hope I have enough spearage to do the job, right? Got it. That's 2 bears down. Maybe later in the game it might be possible to run at night only. Oh, Zach, sorry, I completely missed that. Not to glaze you or anything, but I wanted to tell you that you're the only streamer that I've cared enough to watch since I was probably 16, 17, and I'm 25. Well, that, there's a hole in that, just a slight hole in that. I've only been streaming for 2 years. So I think you're mixing me up with somebody else, buddy. I think so. Just a wee tad, a wee tidbit of the mixing is happening here. Where'd that raccoon go? There's a fox over there. Okay, got it. Very nice. We'll try to kill the fox too. We're building up a good surplus of hides and fat and stuff. No fat from that one. Put that here. Let's oil these 2 bear hide. Well, this bear hide. It'll stack with the other one. I remember I tried to hunt a fox in one of my first earliest playthroughs and I got killed by the fucking thing. Holy shit. Okay, that raccoon's lost. Okay, whatever. I need a new spear. There's another bear over there, but it's a black bear still. Um, Oh, okay. I see. I see. So you're saying that over the course of all that time, you haven't cared to consistently watch any streamers, but I'm the first one that you have cared to consistently watch. Honestly, buddy, you didn't intend to glaze, but I feel sufficiently glazed and I'm loving every second of it. I'm a glazed ham. But yeah, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. And I hope that I can continue to make decent entertainment for you and provide you with, I don't know, companionship when you need it. We can chill, play some video games, try to enjoy the shitty life that we're in. Although I suppose it's only shitty if we can't find a way to enjoy it in the moment. Look at the size of this body of water. Holy shit, dude. Okay. All right, that's another one down. We just got to try to finish it off. It won't be easy in the brush, though. It doesn't look too promising over there, does it? With all this water in the way, like... All right, there we go. Black bear down. Yeah, I see what you mean. That was my own little grammar problem right there. Okay, we have a black bear hide. So I'm thinking we're gonna head this way over that hill and see what's on the other side. I hope there's not just more fucking water. Otherwise, I might literally have to just bite the bullet and base up in a place just surrounded by fucking water on all sides, you know? But like, if that's what's necessary for me to try and enjoy this game, then that's what I'm gonna have to do, right? I just don't know how we get seeds where like sometimes the seed is perfect. We have plains and valleys, we have mountains surrounding plains, and then we get ones like this where it's just water everywhere. It's like something's broken 50% of the time in the world generation. Either that or it really is just spawn dependent and I'm getting unlucky and spawning in places with more water than other places have. Which, I don't like either of those answers, right? Let's just clear this mountain and get a feel for what's on the other side of it. I'll try to start gathering some of these now to make some rope. We're gonna need the rope for our bear armor anyway. No better time to look for it than when you're traipsing through the woods. If I go over this mountain and see another massive lake, well, there is a lake over there, but it's not super massive, right? Oh, hi. Fucking goat. I'm not fighting it on this terrain, though. Yeah, I don't know. Plains and valleys, I'm disillusioned toward it, right? It's at first I glazed it. I thought it was the best thing ever, but upon closer inspection now, I'm realizing that you're still playing a janky ass game with wildly inconsistent spawns, and no one mod is gonna fix that, right? It's just that when you get a beautiful result with plains and valleys, it is the most beautiful result you'll ever see, but you might also end up with a water world, and it just sucks. It really just depends on the day. But I want to try to stick close to this limestone when we're choosing where to live. I'll keep on trying to reach high elevation so I can scout the surrounding landscapes. Yeah, we have bauxite and limestone here. We're high up atop a mountain peak. I can get a bird's eye view of the surrounding countryside. And it looks like I finally found some seeds. So we're gonna start gathering seeds in this area. As many as we can. Let's drop that. Put down the chest. Organize a little. I think I might just... I'm not going to get rid of these small hides, but what I will do is I'll make clothing out of them. Yeah, we need fresh clothing anyway. The stuff we spawned in is pretty bad condition, right? And then the leggings would take 2 more small hides, which we can try to get later. Let's get rid of a bunch of these excess tools. Like, I just don't need them, right? Yeah, that'll free us up a shitload of extra storage space for other stuff. We'll put the oiled stuff in here. And then the vines we'll collect more of. The bones we'll probably get more of. Put the small hides in there. All right, let's get going. Inventory is more or less managed. One more small hide, and I'll be able to make a pair of pants and free up that inventory slot. All right, now, put the chest down. Let's make a pair of pants. All right, there we go. Stack those. I guess we'll put the fat in there. We're gonna find more fat, but yeah. All right, grab it, put it on our back. Turnips. It looks like the seed density is improving as we go that way. We still have limestone stones in the area, which is favorable. Yeah, let's check out this area down here. And let's heal up. That's why we have them. We have some almond mushrooms here. I'll collect those. We got a bunch of tiny deers over there. What's this? A little ruined pocket. Nothing. Okay. Unfortunately, the little pocket of seeds appears to have run its course. But this area kind of looks promising. We got a family of wolves right there. Okay, they both ran away, but I have to try to finish them off. It should only be like one spear. Oh, bear. One spear throw each. Got that one. Nice. 2 oiled medium hides with 1 fat. If I do want to kill that bear, I'm gonna require more spears. At least 2 more. What did I think of the other mod? The other mod produced very beautiful results with less water. But there were less flat spaces. So rather than having flat valleys to build on, there were many rolling hills kind of back and forth. That's what I saw with Terra Pretty. It was more rolling hills, but less flat plains. However, Terra Pretty looked better. I can say that with confidence. Okay. Plains and Valleys has the potential to look better, but Terra Pretty gave me more consistently pretty results. That's the best way I can describe it, really. I don't know where the other wolf... Oh, there it is. We'll have to try to finish off this wolf and that bear. Got it. I mean, hunting-wise, we're doing great. We shall not want for leather. We already have new clothing. Medium hides with some fat. Boom. Oiled. I saw a brown bear over there, but I don't need more than 2 bear hides, really, when I think about it. Like, I don't need more than what I already have. We need 2 bear hides of any type for a full suit of armor. The brown bear stuff slows me down more. The black bear stuff will be probably the first set that I want to craft because it's the protection without the mobility penalty, right? Okay. Like, there's so much potential here in this area, but... Yeah, you know what? We'll go check out that area down there. The problem I'm having now is not the beauty of the surrounding area. It's more so the seed availability or lack thereof. We need to find like a hot spot where we can get, where we stand to gain a lot of seeds. Shit. Well, so much for that wolf. Got it. You tried running them together and it doesn't work well? I got good results a couple of times, but I couldn't tell if the results I was getting was like... Hang on, I couldn't tell if the result that I was getting was like one overriding the other or both of them combining their results. All right, put the chest down, deposit the hides. Amalgamate those and those, that. See, I've barely found any seeds. This is rough. We need more seeds coming in. Damn straight we do. This is painful, buddy. I feel like every time I spawn now, there's always something broken. But the hunting is good. At least I haven't been passing up the opportunity to do some hunting. Holy shit. Tricky part about hunting, though. I can fucking die. Got it. Yeah, let's try to find some seeds down here. There's tons of wolves and bears and shit in this area. Like, tons. Thank you, sweetie. I love you. Thanks. All right, got more fat. Another small hide, but I think I'm done with the small hides for now. We have clothing already, so they seem less important, right? There was a spear back. There it is. I don't know where the other wolf went, but I guess that doesn't matter as much. Yeah, we gotta find a hot pocket for seeds. Fortunately, though, as we continue to head in this direction, we're still seeing lime. So as long as I don't lose where the lime is, I don't care about much, right? I can't see the bauxite anymore, but I kind of remember the bauxite was over there someplace. This mountain is beautiful. But again, it's the seed viability of this place that's really killing it for me right now. I need more seed availability here. Let's eat. And I'm gonna have to make myself a bed that I can use. It's gonna take 24 dry grass. And I don't think I'm gonna collect these vines. All right, I now have a bed. We can use that when it gets too dark to see. I just hope I find some fucking seeds soon. Within range of the lime, of course. Yeah, that's still limestone rock. I guess we'll have to head this way and hope for the best. I don't want to get too far away from my spawn, but the thing is, if you base up in a place that doesn't have seeds everywhere, you're ruining your whole playthrough. You won't be able to make a windmill without traveling 4,000 blocks away to farm some seeds, right? Even then, you're gonna start your farm late. Like it's, oh yeah, it's not, there's way too much spawn RNG with the seeds. I feel like that's the main reason why you travel in the early game, is it's in the hopes that you can find some seeds. It just also sucks that you're weighing that against the terrain RNG, where you end up with really shitty spawns based on like water or hills or whatever. Maybe it's ugly as fuck, right? Like this is disgusting. See, we just left a forested area that had no seeds, and now we're in a gravelly area that has no seeds. Yeah. The love's fading, boys. The love of this game is definitely fading, and I'm seeing now. I've played it enough to see the flaws with it. And they are many. The random world generation is atrocious. I mean, I'm using a mod to fix it, but there's only so much a mod can really do, right? Anyway, we found a seed here. So hopefully that means that we might end up finding more seeds in the surrounding area. But you don't typically find a lot of crops in a forest biome. Here we go, we got some onions. And then there's just another massive lake, see? Like it's like predictably bad. If the next update doesn't include some sort of random world generation improvements, I'll be pretty upset. It needs it. It needs it more than anything, in my opinion. You can mod so many things to rebalance them, but it feels like you can't improve the world generation with mods. Not really, because these anomalies still happen, right? And the anomalies are exactly what kills the whole experience. We need random world generation without the anomalies. No way, buddy. Despite my problems with this game, it's still better than 7 Days to Die. 100%. There's no contest between Vintage Story and 7 Days to Die. This game is better. It's just blanket better. I'll take this game's problems over 7 Days to Die's problems. All right, we're just gonna run back to our spawn. Pick a different direction. I think I can find my way back. Or maybe we'll go up the hill here. See how things change. I might go grab up a bunch of these cattails. I'm ambivalent about it though because of how many predators we've seen in this area. One wolf attacks me while I'm in the water and I'm basically dead. Happy New Year's, Hansa. The previous run, it was glitchy. We're still getting the same glitch here, but I've decided to pretty much live with it. There's something broken about the world generation. I don't know if it's the Plains and Valleys mod or what, but we keep on getting like large swaths of areas that are either water or seedless and just full of bushes. So I love the look of that mountain. Let's kind of run around the perimeter of this and try to keep that in view. Hopefully we can find a dense cluster of seeds. Massive body of water right there. Yeah, there's like no seeds around. Really struggling. If I can find a dense wellspring of seeds, holy fuck, dude. So far though, it's been dry, so dry. I love the look of that mountain, but I hate the surrounding countryside. There's nothing here for crops. The only real mistake is that the dev tied technological progression to seeds. Flax, right? You need flax for fiber, so it's like I don't know, it doesn't mesh well in a game with random terrain generation where you're not guaranteed a good result. Let's go over the hill this way, across the lake. Yeah, hopefully, sweetie pie, hopefully. I think I got a broken seed again, though. Yeah, we'll try going over this mountain range right here. I just gotta try to remember where that is, because that looks like bauxite and lime, which is pretty important, honestly. Being able to just find that shit is critically important. Okay. Hopefully I just start finding a fuck ton of seeds soon. There's some over here. We gotta be real cautious about our optimism though. Otherwise it hurts that much more when you end up disappointed by the result. Hopefully that's not the last of the seeds that we'll find over here in this hilly area behind us, because I can always go back to that large bauxite limestone mountain to build a base. The one good thing is we don't really have to wonder where our animal hide bags are gonna come from. We'll have those early. Same with our bearskin armor. And we get to pick whether we want black or brown bear hide armor. Probably the black, because it's, you know, lighter on our movement. Anyway, we might hopefully be entering a biome of plentiful seeds. It's 7 in the morning. Let's see how many seeds we can get today in this area. Although maybe, Hansa, maybe I misinterpreted. When you ask what happened in the previous run, do you mean like our last successful series or the stream I had yesterday? We died in our most recent run that we were actually really invested in. It's just yesterday we couldn't get invested in a new attempt because of a glitch. Incidentally enough, the same glitch we're getting today, but I'm trying to force myself to get invested anyway, despite that terrain glitch. I don't know if it's a glitch or if it's just design shitty that's still in the air, but it feels weird that I got so lucky with spawns for so long, and now it's like we can't get a good spawn at all. I see more crops up here. Let's make a new knife. And let's put the chest down. I don't need that. Store the bed in there for now. It's less operable space if we keep it on us. Put that on our back, and let's keep looking for seeds. All right, well, you know what? There's still, that's a bauxite flint, and that's limestone, so we still have access to those minerals around this area. And they're right over the hill. Oh yeah, they're all over the place here. So we'll explore this place. I might actually finally be able to get the seeds that we need and potentially find a beautiful base that isn't waterlogged. Yeah, this is getting better. You're goddamn right it is. I just gotta remember the way back to world spawn. looks like there's a mix of possibly shale, limestone, and bauxite around here. I'm hoping to see more seeds, see continued density. I don't want to be back to square one where we're just in a place with no crops anymore. We had too much of that already, and we got to make up for lost time. This place looks nice. All right, we got some flax, some rye. There. Across the gap. Got something up here. I have a shovel? Oh, fuck that then. If we have a shovel, yeah, I need to grab some dirt. That'll do. Now I can start to leave like little waypoint pillars. I just need to know where my world spawn is from here. And we can accomplish that with a simple little pillar up this hill, kind of like right here. we might be getting back to the cropless place. I'm not seeing any crops anymore. And that's just a big gravel field. These mountains are beautiful, but look, right? The moment you see a valley, like an actual like low terrain, flat open area, it's just water. I don't know. They must have broke something about their mod very recently in like a recent update. It's the only thing I can think of that would actually explain this, right? Like they changed the code, updated it, it updated my mod, and now it's like, you know. That's weird shit, man. Weird fucking shit. And it sucks too, because I feel like I didn't get to enjoy it long enough. I had a few good playthroughs where it was so easy to find a beautiful base and, you know, just explore, get a lot of seeds. And now we just keep hitting these bunk walls. Oh my god. Let's keep on traversing this area. This is the last known site of any seeds. Hopefully we can continue to find some more. See that? Another valley. Look, I'm not crazy. Like, look, I know you guys might think that I'm just sort of like I have confirmation bias, but thank God there is like a little valley over here, though. So far, out of the past 3 valleys that we've seen, 2 of them have been waterlogged. That one right there is the exception. But it also transitions into a shale field right as soon as it starts. As you can see, there's a massive quantity of shale, like sand and gravel over there. So we get like this tiny patch of normal valley and then we lose it as quickly as we got it. Something is wrong. Something's definitely wrong here. And I'm trying not to lose faith. I'm trying to just grind through it, but I'm also starting to get like, you know when you have a kid and they keep fucking up and eventually you're just like, get the fuck out of my house. I'm kind of starting to feel that way toward Vintage Story. It sucks. It sucks really. Like it fell from grace hard over the past couple days on this channel. But the terrain generation is just killing it for me, buddy. It's garbage. Fucking hot garbage. And if I'm not enjoying it, you guys won't enjoy the content. So it's like I may as well I have to make like a firm decision. If this doesn't go well and if I can't find a break, like a pattern break, and sort of make it happen, then we gotta just put this game in our rear view and try to get into something else to the same level that we got into this, which isn't likely. And I'll be hoping all the time that the developers for this game improve world generation, but as long as I can still find my way back to spawn, we might, you know, if I can find enough seeds and then get back to spawn, that bauxite limestone mountain is beautiful. And it foretells really great resources beneath. So it's really just a matter of whether or not I can find enough flaxseed, because it's a technology bottleneck for the mid to late game. And we have to make sure we have enough. It's the afternoon of day 3. I usually prefer to like settle down and build a base by day 3 or day 4 at the latest. But like whether or not you find seeds and then subsequently a place to live is the deciding factor. So far I have a place to live. Like I'll go back to spawn. I like it there. But it's the seeds that have been making this really hard. And I'm trying to remember my way back. I think it's that way. If we don't remember our way back, then that would suck ass. Okay. Survival goods. Survival goods. Commodities merchant. Got some rye. And spelt. The one thing that's kind of making me want to push through with this attempt is that we spawned right next to bauxite and limestone. So if I can figure out the problem of the flax seeds and collect enough and then head back to that area at world spawn, like, we'll be fine, right? It's a matter of getting the seeds though, and finding them's been rough. Thankfully, we seem to be in a place that's more conducive to like seed spawning. But we have to hope that we can not only remember our way back to base, but continue to find those said seeds, right? At a rate that's consistent and that lets me settle down and start building a base soon. Hey, I have no map, buddy. No map. Did I end up yeah, I took the Better Ruins mod off. We don't use that anymore. It spawns too many vastly overpowered monsters and upsets the balance of the game, so it's just not a good thing for permadeath. Anyway, we're starting to hit up some gravel fields, unfortunately. Which, I mean, that's like the death of seeds right there. You're not gonna find any fucking seeds in a gravel field. Let's keep searching around this area. I gotta try to find a place where I might get more seeds. We came from over that way. Like, I think over there is where the world spawn is. Let's continue to look around right here, see what we can see. Any seeds at all would be welcomed. I'm not seeing a single crop. Not a one. All right. We gotta go look somewhere else. It will be getting dark soon, but we already made a bed. Yeah, I think we came from over there. But this mountain had a lot of crops on it, so we're gonna just sort of run around the surface of this mountain. try to seek out more. I don't think that's the way. I believe we ran that way and we realized that there were no more seeds over there. Yeah, we came from over there. I got more seeds today than I did in the past 2 days combined, which is good, but we have to try to keep it going. We need to hopefully hop into another pocket of seeds. All right, I know that I swam across a large body of water to get here. I think it was over there on the other side. Really hoping I see some seeds around here. Because right now I'm not lost. I know where I am. I know where that limestone bauxite mountain is. I know I can get back there. And if we start finding more seeds, I'll get that morale boost. There's more seeds down there by the coast. There is a big body of water. If this was all just flat plains, there'd probably be a lot of seeds here. But because there's water, we have to live with less water everywhere, buddy. Too much fucking water. Fucking drowned earth. May as well be playing Stranded Deep. All right, grab these. Our food supplies looking better. Now that becomes forest. I'm not sure how many more crops we're gonna find if we go into a forest. Usually they become, like, you stop seeing them when you enter the bounds of a forest. That becomes gravel fields over there, so we're gonna have to go over this cliff face right here and hope that we come across more. In order to make a spawn like this work, I really have to flex and train my ability to navigate large swaths of terrain without a map. I need to make my internal compass better. It's the only way, right? I struggle a lot with believing that things have a purpose, even our hard times. Sometimes I'm like, yo, fuck God. Sometimes I'm like, there is no God. Life is just hard. Other times I'm like, yo, bless God. He gave me hard times so I can become a better person, a stronger person. And I kind of switch between those modes. All right, that's the bauxite limestone mountain. Anyway, I had a point to that. The point is, I like to believe that the whole point to this is that I get better at tweaking my internal compass. And that I get better at finding my way around large swaths of terrain. And that the whole point to a shitty spawn is not to grief me out of enjoying the game, but rather to condition me into becoming better at it, right? It feels so shitty to have spawns where you load in, you travel for like a day, maybe two, you find everything you need, you find a beautiful place, you settle down, there's no friction, there's no compensation required, you just find it, everything works out, everything is great, coming up Millhouse. And then you have spawns like this where everything goes wrong. Some things go right, but not the main things. Not the flax, right? Not the terrain, not the base. It all is a struggle. I hate it. And I do wish that there was a way to ensure greater spawn consistency. It feels wildly spawn RNG dependent, this game sometimes. It's disheartening. And I really hope that that's one of the things that the main thing even that the devs improve for the next launch of the game, the next build. I feel like this game desperately needs to have improved spawn rules, perhaps just larger crop availability. It's not that there's not enough crops, it's that there's not enough biomes that provide crops. You know what I mean? Like, you could end up with 6 different biomes next to each other with no crops, and then you get a tiny little patch, and then a massive lake which eats up that patch, right? It just makes it very inconsistent. Far more difficult than I ever want it to be. Anyway, we're gonna scale that flat plateau over there. There's no seeds over here. I pretty much confirmed that already. I'm gonna scale it and pretty much come down on the other side, but we are gonna have to sleep. Unfortunately, even though we're just, you know, time's passing more and more every day, and we're no closer to having a base because I need more seeds. Fucking 25 flax seeds. Ridiculous. If only you found flax as often as you seem to find rye, you know? Anyway, we'll sleep right here. Hopefully we don't get mauled in our sleep. I got fucking lucky. That portal spawned right beside me while I slept. Fucking insane. Well, shitty part about good world seeds is that it's random where you spawn. You can have a seed for a dope ass world, but spawn in a shitty part of it. You know what I mean? I do appreciate the effort, though. I can tell you're trying to, like, help out. You recognize the situation I'm going through. You're trying to find, like, a more consistent way for me to start a playthrough that's more enjoyable. I fucking appreciate that kind of shit, buddy. You are a helper. You want to help. Claystone sand. As long as I hug this shoreline, this rock wall, then we'll always know where our base is. Let's go this way and try to find more crops. Now, if I swim across this body of water, I might hit like a gold vein of crops, but it would be harder to find, oh my god, harder to find my way back. We're gonna swim across there and take a look. I don't usually like swimming because it takes so long to swim, but if we could find more crops over there, it would be worth it. I motivated you to play Permadeath, eh? That means a lot, buddy. That means a lot. I appreciate that you were willing to challenge yourself when you were inspired to do so. And I'm really glad that I could be the one to inspire. We are finding seeds here. Let's hope it's a highly lucrative day that yields a whole bunch. because we need it. We need like one good day, one great day even for seed collection, because... And it's gotta be flax. Like, anything other than flax, I don't really give a fuck about, but we need to find more flax. Look at that. There's more gravel fields in every direction. We have like a tiny patch. Every time, buddy. There is something broken. There's something broken here. It's not normal. It's not normal. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with the Plains and Valleys mod. It's not consistent. You either get massive bodies of water, massive gravel fields, or the occasional valley with like barely any seeds. At least we got this. We have this little pocket and we have to try to completely fucking drain this pocket before we run out of it. There's some seeds over there. It looks like flax. There's more over here. That's all spelt. Oh shit. There's borax down here, interestingly enough. Could have sworn I saw flax earlier. Where was that? Over here. All right, let's keep looking. I still remember the way back to where we spawned. It's still 6 in the morning. We have time. And so far, the flax gains have been acceptable, I would say, within acceptable margins. So let's just try to keep that going. Let's look over here first. I see some flax in the sand, because it's technically like a little patch of sand in a plains. $45 seeds is okay, but nowhere near what we need. More flax over there. A lot more. This is the best patch of seeds that we've found. It just never seems like enough, right? Like, I would have wanted a patch like this every day for 3 days. I think we're at the end of the seed patches. It looks like it's becoming a biome that doesn't support more seeds, unless that's just a patch of forest to my right doing that. Yeah, there's more over here. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. All right, more. We need more. I have 57. God, I want like 120. I want a solid 128. We're at 57. That was great. So was that. All right, now this area seems good. I need to remember my way back. So I'm pretty sure the way back, I'm gonna put down a little pillar right here. I'm gonna elevate it. All right, that's our way back. This area has yielded the most flax in a short time span that we've ever seen so far, so. And my goal is to try and get another like 50 or 60 flax seeds by day's end. It's 9:20 in the morning. So let's really hammer it out. It looks like out of all the places that we've been, this is our seed grotto right here. And it's crazy when you acknowledge that if the cards just fall another way, you spawn here. You know? You just fucking spawn, you can immediately get started on gathering everything you need. No delay, no harm, no foul, just bang, bang, boom. Hey, look at that, beautiful place with my 128 flax seeds, we're good. Let's settle down. Instead, I had to literally spend 3 business days looking for these seeds. Flax over here. So that's where we'd have to go to get back. I still see my waypoint marker. I'm not lost. It looks like all that bushmeat has become 84 rot. Oh, this place looks nice. See, this is a fucking valley. A nice big flat area surrounded by hills with a tiny, moderate, respectably sized lake that doesn't swallow up the entire valley. This is how they should all generate, right? A pear tree. Apparently it takes 2 years to get fruit trees going. I don't know anybody who would have the patience to wait for that. I like to think one day I'll have the patience to wait for it, and that in the history of this channel we'll have like successful fruit trees. It just seems really unlikely knowing me, right? And knowing the permadeath nature of my playthroughs, I can't imagine I would survive that long. Anyway, we're at 86 flax seeds. The gains have been extraordinary today, and it has made up for lost time. I'm just grateful we finally found a place such as this that allowed for it to happen. And let's hope that we can continue making those gains. Because tomorrow's the fucking deadline. If I wanted to, like, I would need to start settling down tomorrow, right? I'm taking these native copper bits, and then we'll put them in our chest. With the rest, we have 5 of them. Let's grab it, put it on our back. Let's keep looking around. It does appear that the seed density becomes greatly reduced in this little area right here, if not eliminated entirely. Let's pivot more this way. I see some onions in the sand. Flax, nice. 2 more seeds. We're at 92 seeds. I see more flax over there. We'll try to carefully inspect these plains. All right, more seeds over that way. Let's go grab them. Well, my morale is significantly improved. We needed this, right? We needed a place where we could consistently find flax for an entire day, instead of finding like 2 plants here and then going over a hill and seeing a massive body of water, right? Or a gravel field. We needed a place like this, and I'm really glad we found it. I now have an acceptable amount of flax, I would say. The more the merrier, sure, but I have an acceptable amount. I could live with this. I'm not seeing any seeds around this area. For such a lush green place, it's surprisingly barren. All right, let's head back this way. Beautiful. 104 flax seeds. We're almost at literal quota. My quota's 128, right? Like, in the last seed, we found like 200, but every time, like literally every time we went over a hill, we saw a new body of water or a new gravel field, and we couldn't find a good base location at all. And I was honestly, I thought about it later, and I was so far away from the world spawn that I probably ran another 10,000 meters away from the archives, right? The Resonance Archive. So on a long enough timeline, I would have completely shot myself in the foot anyway. I don't think the Resonance Archive should spawn when the world is created. I think that rather when you buy the map and use it, then the Resonance Archive should spawn within 10,000 meters of where you use the map. Right? Not when you buy it, but when you use it. So if you want to take the map home and then use it, you can do that, and then you have your Resonance Archive like, you know, 10,000 blocks away or some shit. Instead of having to travel 30 just because you explored a little before settling down when you spawn because you spawn near bullshit, right? 'Trader over here. Please be a treasure trader and really make my day. Treasure hunter, oh my god. Okay. That's even better. So we can trade him a tin bronze pickaxe and get the map to the archives. Alright. That's pretty big news. $122 flax seeds. It's enough. 8, 16, 24, 32, 64. That's enough seeds for like an entire plot of flax. This isn't the way home, but I want to kind of take a look over here. Yeah, I see more flax seeds right here. Rice seeds. Right, I was kind of hoping these would stack, but I guess it is what it is. Let's grab this, collect the chest, put it on my back. More spelt grain. More cattails. I see something over there. I don't know that it's flax. Looks more like rye. Why do I have a hand read basket? Oh, I must have looted that from one of the vessels. Okay, fair enough. All right, we're going across the water. The trader is right over there. I know which way is back. Yeah, we spent so long traveling around in the early game looking for seeds that we already have 4 bear pelts and like 6 medium pelts. They're literally pelts now. They're not even oiled anymore. They're fucking pelts. That's how long it took for us to just find a place that could give us some seeds. I guess better that than finding none at all. But it really underscores and underlines for you guys the... Like, I wish that the vintage story community wasn't so closed off to improvement priorities, right? Like, if you go to the forums and you say that world generation needs to be better, you just get a bunch of fucking ass-kissing Andes who say they like it the way it is, even though you know they don't like it the way it is, right? There's so much spawn RNG involved. All right. So the trader's over there. My waypoint is right there. that will lead me home when I need it to. It is starting to get dark. I definitely can't put it off anymore. 5 days is like the absolute limit, which is why I was losing my shit in yesterday's episode, because I knew I was exceeding the limit too much, just looking for a place that I wanted to live. Hello, King C-Rom. Hello, buddy. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Now, I think we looked over there to the left considerably. I want to take a peek over here. I think that big-ass mountain off in the distance is the one that I want to live at, with the bauxite and the limestone. Not really seeing any more patches of seeds. Oh, there we go. A little bit of flax, no less. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. Oh, that's fucking rye. Didn't I see flax? Thought I did. I probably did, but then I got distracted by the rye. Whatever. An artisan trader. I'm just happy we found the treasure trader, because that's another RNG element eliminated. All right, we're working on a second stack of flax seeds now. We went from finding, I think, 40 flax seeds in 3 days to finding 90 in 1 day. Just because, like, we ran in the right direction, which I hate that about the game. I really do. That is so not fair. I hate spawn RNG. I really do. Let's eat these. The spawn RNG is one thing, right? Like, if you have to look a couple days to find what you're looking for, but you shouldn't have to look like 3 or 4 days. I mean, shit, time's of the essence. Now, one thing I will say is maybe the problem is not how long you have to look, but rather how little time you have to look. The problem might actually be that the game spawns you in the month of May, right? It might be more appropriate if the game spawned you in closer to, like, early March, right? Because you're missing 2 good growing seasons, 2 good growing months when the game spawns you in May. It would make more sense if it spawned you in March, so that you have a good length of time to build up a surplus of seeds and you don't feel so rushed regarding it, right? Hell, better yet, spawn players in like February, so that it's still too cold for them to get much food from berries and shit. All right, make it so that they have to hunt. That'd be a gate of entry. Anyway, there's red clay over here. I'm gonna mark it. We can easily find this later. I'm glad we finally found a respectable sum of flax. I was beginning to lose hope that we ever would. Took almost 5 fucking days. Yeah, but it won't be hard to figure out a base location around here. That big ass mountain's beautiful. We just gotta pick a place that can see it. I kind of want to go check out what it looks like up there. See, a field like this, there should totally be seeds in a field like this, right? But there's not. It's all ferns and lily of the valley and cow parsley, and there's not a single seed for a single crop here. I feel like anywhere that you can find berry bushes, you should also be able to find seeds there, right? Like, it's just what makes sense. Anyway, let's find a way up here. Not today, pal. Calm thy tits. I wonder what this trader is right here. I think it's, what, construction? Building materials, yep. Okay, shit, we got a crazy legs. Hi, sweetie. Hey, honey bunny. Finally found flax seeds. I only had to look for 3.5 fucking days.
Oh boy.
It was un-American is what it was. Fucking commies.
For sure.
For surezies.
You know what I just found out?
What's that?
Martin almost had his car broken into last.
Really?
Yeah, in front of the house. He was going to pee and surrounding area. There were literally guys trying to break his car with the hook.
What, were they gypsies?
No idea. It's the middle of the night.
Huh.
He has them on camera.
Wow.
They were putting the hook to the door, trying to open his car, pry his car door.
That's so fucking weird. Just like, wow.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Now, if we base up in a place like this, it can work over time. Because we'll cut down a bunch of the trees around here and we'll have a good view of that mountain, right? I really like that mountain view. Let's try going up here real quick. I'm okay with having a shorter growing season as long as I've had a lucrative growing season. So basing up on a mountain, whatever, right? Yeah, there's bauxite rock up here. We'll go further away from the mountain. Try to make it smaller on the horizon, but still visible and still accessible from where we happen to be. I just don't like that cliff face right there. That looks ugly as fuck. And I wish this stuff would stop generating entirely. Right? Like, I hate those cliff faces. Ugly ass shit. That shouldn't be into the side of a mountain. That looks terrible, right? And it does sort of limit where we're able to go to base up. Like, if we want a view of that mountain. So I think we're gonna have to bank on this right here. I'm gonna base up in this area. We have limestone right beneath our feet. Over time, that mountain becomes increasingly visible. I can't see that ugly ass flat cliff. And yeah, this could do. Just like right around here. All right. We have 133 flax seeds, and hopefully we'll end up finding more later. We got a whole bunch of grain for when we finally get our setup going with the cooking pod, which shouldn't take too long now that I'm actually settling down somewhere. Let's put our bed down, deposit the cattails in there. It's not getting too dark too fast, is it? Maybe I can work a little bit. But I need to make sure I can defend myself. Let's make a spear. Make a gate. We'll build our little starter base right here. Although it's not going to be as little as it usually is. I'm thinking, like, I really liked our previous playthrough, the second dirt house that we built, right? After the first one. It looked really nice. And I think I would like to do something like that right away, where it's just larger, allowing for more interior space. This isn't a very sizable plot of land, but yeah, it's hard to find a nice flat place around here. I might have to put it right here. This area definitely has the size dimensions that we need for a big place. Anyway, it's starting to get dark. We're gonna start by building a little improvised shelter with a bed in it so that I can retreat somewhere to sleep safely if I have to. Let's grab our bed. And then I'll try to keep working. Put the gate down. Now, let's make another shovel and an axe. Cut down this tree right here. We need the wood. All right. I'll tell you one thing, with how easy we were able to find lime, we can expect bees to be a really hard thing to locate here. Vintage Story doesn't give with both hands, you know what I mean? All right, let's make a little fire starter. It's getting too dark to see, but once I have fire, I can build our base during the night. Well, we gotta make up for lost time, right? So using the night is something we gotta try to do now. Okay, we're gonna put 9 of our torches, or 8 of our torches in there, and then light the other one by hand. Okay, I now have light to work by. Let's eat. That won't last very long, nourishment-wise, but it's what we got. I'll just light the rest of these by hand. What the fuck? Oh, really? The torches are too hot to pick up? Are you serious? That's a thing? Oh my god, that's so stupid, dude. All right, whatever. Here, I can do this. I can put them in my backpack, I just can't put them in my hands. That is so dumb, though. All right, that's funny. That is funny shit. All right. All right, let's, yeah, we got to start building. I don't know what the dimensions of my previous house were, but I would kind of like to find out if I can. It was well attuned to the lantern light radius. I can find out pretty easily. We just got to go to the point where we were building it and then take a look at the block placement. Which we would have built it somewhere around here. Right? God, my streams are too long. Finding a point in my streams is so fucking hard. Okay, we already had built it by then, long before then. This is our previous dirt hut, so we know it was between both of those points. Yeah, I'll be able to look here. Oh yeah, that time we watched the sunrise, that was dope. Okay. So, let's see here. I get a chance to look at that place in the daylight, and oh, This is a good view of one of the walls. Okay, perfect. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 blocks wide. That's the front wall. Is 15 blocks wide. Good day, Seven Sky. Good day. How are you? I feel like the sun never even set today. We had really good lighting the whole way through. Okay, all the torches are done. All right, that is our width of 15 done. But now we need one more row over here for the wall. Let's cut this down. I'm really glad I didn't just decide to sleep the night away. We were able to work through the whole night. It's gonna save us some time. Now, what's the other wall? If I get the right moment, I'll be able to tell pretty easy. Wall, cellar, wall. So that would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It looks like it's 11 blocks interior. I'm hoping to get it. Yeah, this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Exactly 11. Okay. There. This is the same dimensions that we had before. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is the halfway point. A lot of wolves around. When's my first Temporal Storm? 7 days. Oh, the game gave us a massive grace period there. Damn straight it did, because it didn't give us a grace period with finding fucking flax. Took me 4 days to find a respectable amount. All right. It's gonna take a while to get this base sufficiently built. So for now, we'll keep that little shelter right there. Let's make a pan with one of these. A wooden club? I didn't even know that existed. Okay, yeah, we'll make a pan. And then the firewood. These pine logs we can just deposit. Let's go grab all of our stuff. And bring it over. Very windy up here. I find that mixing dwarf furs with heather provides a really nice look for the beehives. It even matches well with pine, which I typically prefer to use for the stands that the ceramic hives are going to sit on. All right. The base, such as it is, you know, mediocre as it may be, is ready. Let's make one more of these. God, there's a lot of dangerous shit around, man. We're just gonna put these on the ground to save on space. For now, at least, while we have to. What the fuck? Alright, here it comes. I guess he doesn't like using doors. We gotta finish him off, otherwise he just harasses us later. So, let's complete the job. Son of a bitch. I don't know where the fuck he is now. At least I guess we drove him away. Anyway, we're pretty low on food. Wow. Give me that. Yeah, there were a lot of wolves around here. Let's keep on organizing. We're killing daylight. And hunger. Those have to be in a cellar of some sort. All right, for now, let's just fucking dump everything wherever it's gonna go, like wherever it can fit. We got shit to do. I'll keep those and the tools. Let's head out. So today, motherfuck, I can't hit anything. All right. Today I need to get a bunch of clay. All right. The world generation problem? No. In fact, we saw it in spades today. But I had to settle for the broken world generation and try to find, like, I had to try to make it work regardless, right? So that's what we're doing. Yeah, how are you doing today, Jack? Yeah, unfortunately, our world generation is going to remain broken for a time. If I get a bunch of cattails, I can make animal hide bags, so that's part of our task for the day. Gotta forage some food, obviously. I can make my bear hide armor as soon as I get enough rope. So, vines, cattails, clay. Very, very clear, easy objectives to do. I don't think I found any bees, but I also wasn't walking around in forests. So there could be bees nearby. I was staying out of forests because you never find seeds in forests. The whole time I was looking for seeds. So although it looks like we're not gonna find bees, truth is I haven't been in the places where we would have found them. Not for any reasonable length of time. Happy New Year's, Plasma. Happy New Year's. It is going great, buddy. It's going okay. Yeah, we're having a good time. How are you doing? Me and Zuzi are doing all right, Jack. Doing all right. Her period finally ended, so I got to play with them titties this morning. You know, we had a little intercourse, had a little fun, had a good time. Did a little bit of the Barry White love making. You know what I mean? Yeah. Life is good. She made me bacon and eggs. I can't complain, buddy. All right. It sucks, you know, every month. This is the kind of thing that people wouldn't know if they were single for a long time. But one thing that a lot of us relationship Andies learn really quickly is that period week, okay, there's two extremes, all right? Which one you fall on kind of depends on your personal relationship. The first extreme is this. The nipples and sex are a complete no-go zone on period week, right? But there's another side where actually you can alleviate a woman's cramps by making her orgasm during her period week. It actually helps to mitigate the pain of the period cramps for a considerable length of time. But a lot of girls, they're like insecure about the blood, so they don't really want you to do anything to them or for them during period week, right? But it is a thing. Yeah. We're kind of in that camp where Zuzi doesn't want me to do anything during period week. I'm always volunteering, it just never happens. So basically there's a week out of every month where her titties, her nipples are radioactive and I just can't touch them, right? Because the nipples get super sensitive. Shitty. It's fucking shitty. But, you know, I deal with it. I deal with it, I get through it. And by the end of that week, it's the best time ever. You're doing better today, huh? I'm happy to hear that, Plasma. I'm really happy to hear that, buddy. By the end of her period, man, I'm like a little fucking nipple gremlin, like fucking Smeagol, hunched over looking at her titties like my preciouses, you know? Yeah, we're basically on just ham show resource gathering mode. And I don't really need to worry about storage space while I'm out and about. Like, the hunter bags seem less useful now because the carry-on mod allows me to strap a reed chest to my back. So I can carry one of those around, right? And always have some inventory space extra. But I need to go get some food at this point. As much as I'd love to keep on gathering cattails, RuneScape woodcutting style, I have to get out there and try to feed myself. I know there's clay over there. I just don't know how much food is going to be over there, nor over here. These lands are wildly unpredictable and hard to figure out. White currant bush ripe. Nice. Got some turnips. Cranberries. We got some shit up here on the cliff face. All right, looks like we actually have some clay up here, so we're gonna pivot. We're gonna gather a fuck ton of that. I have a full belly. It should last us for a considerable amount of gathering. All right, let's make 2 more shovels ahead of time. think I'm gonna hunt these. Bro, sometimes they're so fucking hard to hit, it's ridiculous. Alright. Most of the time, it's really easy. Like, they're the easiest things ever to kill, but every now and then, you just get this Jedi Master raccoon that throws you for a loop, makes you question things. But a raccoon is just as good as a wolf for the potential of getting fat, so... This area is lush in medium fertility soil, so this is where we'll be going when it's time to set up our farm. And I'm playing around with the potential idea of putting our farm at a lower elevation for the temperature of it. I don't know yet. We'll have to figure that out later. Alright, we got some field mushrooms coming down here. The raccoons are long gone. I don't know. We might see them, but... There's one over here. 2 over here. They're gonna be really hard to kill on a hill like this, though. Through this dense brush? Fuck yeah. Alright. Got another. We'll grab those berries we passed back there. And let's make a chest real quick. And then we can strap that to our back to have more storage space. Make this a lot easier. I'm gonna do that all the time now. I started doing it for the early game. It really, really helps. So far, no fat, though. We haven't gotten any fat from these. Anyway, let's keep on doing the clay. I thought that I would hunt them to try and get some fat. Didn't really work out. I am gonna need another spear. Just to be safe, because there is a portal right there. So let's put this chest down. Fill it up with some shit. And then collect it. Put it on our back. Make a new spear. And then we're good to start just digging up a shitload of clay. Like, we're gonna want at least 4 or 5 stacks of it. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot more dirt in order to finish constructing our starter house. Fortunately, the starter house is gonna be much more massive than we usually do. So, you know, we'll get a lot out of it. We're not gonna have to rebuild our starter house like we did last time. It's gonna be really, really nice. I still have another shovel after this one's depleted. We almost have 3 stacks of clay. I'm gonna want a minimum of 4 of them, but 5 was my goal. Yeah, we got a lot to do. I have 10 in-game days to try and get my farm all done. Same with the bees. And we haven't even found bees yet. Mind you, we haven't really looked yet, but we got a lot to do. We got a lot to do, so we gotta bang it out. We gotta have a worker's mindset. We gotta really get this shit done. Every day is business day. And even nighttime. I don't want to be wasting nights doing, like, sleeping. Fuck that. We can't sleep. We need to be awake for the next 10 days to get as much shit done as we can. And that means I'm gonna have to try to enter the Copper Age as well. Yeah, we got a lot to do, buddy. A lot to do. I need to enter the Copper Age for a bucket in order to get my farm going, so. And we're gonna wanna try to find bees ASAP, primarily because it takes time to fill up those reed skeps. Now, the bees they can technically be the very last thing that I do. Building the beekeeping area can be the last thing that I do, but I have to make sure that I'm filling the reed skeps with a wild hive, like, early on. Fortunately, we already have 48 dwarf urzies that we can bring to a beehive when we find one. We're working on a 5th stack of clay right now, which would technically be 10 vanilla stacks, because we have double the stack size. Which should be more than enough for, I think, all of our needs. All right, there we go. 5 stacks of clay, and they're double-sized stacks, so. I still have some mushrooms to eat. We're not hurting for food. There's field mushrooms here, let's grab them. Take a little break to make certain that our food situation is reliable for the next batch of gathering that we're about to do. I think I'll continue with cattails. There's more clay over there. This whole cliff side is just massive for clay. I'm doing pretty good, oh snap. Pretty good today, buddy. How are you doing? I mean, we had a shitty spawn again. There was just a shitload of gravel fields and a shitload of water everywhere, but there was also lime and bauxite, so I just sort of settled into making it work. And we're doing okay. Yeah, we already have a base location picked out. We've already gotten started on building a home. After 4 fucking days of searching, I finally ended up finding a shitload of flax, and I spent a while gathering it. So we're getting there, buddy. We're getting there. This might be a good playthrough. Yeah, how are you doing? All right, we got a shitload of field mushrooms. Food-wise, we're good. Let's gather some of these maple leaves. Literally right now, it's just a resource gathering smorgasbord. Like, that's just all we're doing is fucking gathering shit. Holy shit. Oh, you're gonna get it. You're gonna fucking get it. The fuck do you think this is? Let's heal up. Finish off this fucking boar. Are you coming back? No. Alright, let's just chase after him. He'll go in the water. We can finish him off in there. That's what you get, buddy. You should have known. That's the first boar I've seen. Nice to find. All right, we're gonna pivot away from the sticks because we kind of got driven out of there. We're gonna do cattails. Do the work that's immediately around you. Yeah, what are we getting rid of? Limestone. You're doing okay, you guess? Can't complain? I feel you, buddy, I feel you. Why can't life just work out in all ways on all days? You know what I mean? If I get to heaven and there's like plumbing problems in heaven, I'm gonna shit a fucking brick. I will be so pissed. I don't want to deal with worldly troubles in heaven. The bullshit, the standard bullshit. You go to drive somewhere, fucking check engine light comes on, check tire pressure light comes on. Then you get a dental infection, so you gotta deal with that shit. And then your wife has a cyst on her vagina, she thinks it's cancer, she's fucking freaking out. Like, life is shitty sometimes. Fucking ridiculous how shitty it can be, and how groggy and grimy and fucking grindy it feels. I'm not gonna fucking do that shit other YouTubers do, fucking pretend like life is okay. Life fucking sucks. And it's like, even when we have blessings in our lives, there's always gonna be things that piss us off, set us off, fucking disrupt our flow, and make us question whether or not it's even worth it to be alive. Fucking right. Yeah, life is hard. Life is hard. I felt that, buddy. I fucking felt that. Can't complain, I guess. Like, I totally feel it. Those words resonate with me. It's like you want to complain, and you know that it would be fair of you to complain because your life is not easy. But you try to maintain some level of stoicism against the tide of all the bullshit that you deal with all the time. Because that's what everybody tells us to do. But you know what? Life fucking sucks. It's fucking hard. And we're gonna say it together right here, right now. Yeah, that's right. Life fucking sucks and life's fucking hard. And it's not a skill issue. It's not a get good thing. Life is just fucking hard. That's right. I agree, Snap. Life is fucking hard. And we, perhaps all of us, deserve better. Fucking stealing concrete hive of false hopes and broken dreams known as modern society. Fucking tugging at our willpower. breaking us down. Technology gets better, and yet somehow our lives get worse. All the technological advances that were supposed to provide every man with luxury being used, leveraged against us for the privatized power of the political few. Technology improves, the food standard gets worse. Food production improves, the health standard gets worse. What the fuck are we doing here? All right, we have over 200 cattails. I think I'm gonna assume that that's more than enough for now. It is getting dark. We're gonna want to get out of here. I have to run across this though. Truth, buddy. You've seen that domesticated pigs, when released into the wild, will turn into wild boars. Average conversation on the Christmas Eve. Oh, man. What's your resolution for New Year's this year? To not want to die before next year. Yeah. Straight up, though. You guys want to get real for a second? You guys ever have those thoughts that I've had where it's like, I might have preferred to have never even been born? And it's like you're grateful for a lot of the things you have. You're grateful for your loved ones. You know, maybe some of you have wives or girlfriends, or you're grateful that you have the parents you have or the siblings you have. You got some close relationships. You love your dogs or your cats, and you know, you recognize you have a lot to be grateful for, but you also recognize that the cost of living this life and having those blessings is an almost insurmountable extent of existential agony that you can never quite seem to shake. And you almost wonder if it would have been worth it to have never been born in the first place, because although you wouldn't have had the joys and blessings, you also wouldn't have had the pain. You guys ever contemplate that, or is it just me? I'm sorry, I know that got like way too fucking real for a second, but at least real to me. To be able to eat food next... What's your New Year's resolution? To be able to afford food next week? Fuck. Oh, that's brutal, buddy. To hold off the existential dread of my pending extreme poverty. Oh, man. So you get it, oh snap. You totally are picking up what I'm dropping down. You experience it yourself, eh? Okay, let's make some of this shit right here. My inventory is too full. Hang on, I gotta deposit some shit. Fat, bones, medium hide, and that'll do. Let's pick that stuff up. Okay, we can work on a little bit of this. Let's extend that out. This is gonna be our cellar right here. Bro. Hopefully there's not more where he came from, because I want to be able to get shit done without fighting all night. All right, I'm gonna need a couple of hay bales to seal that up. God damn it. This is just gonna be one of those nights, isn't it? I won't be able to get anything done because I'll be constantly under attack by the portal right over there. I'm pretty sure that's how this is going. Okay. I need to eat something. Let's eat these berries. And hopefully that rift doesn't just keep on causing us to get attacked by random ass interlopers at random ass times. Let's drop that in there. That's gonna be our new pantry. I swear to fucking God, dude. Okay. I clearly have to go for a moment so I can make more spears. Of course, it has to be right beside my base that all that shit is around. There's another portal right there. Fuck that. We're going further. I'm all out of bandages, which is just fabulous. Let's eat these. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting into some deep existential contemplations here, honey bunny. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get anything done at base. The problem is I have to deposit some shit. I'm okay with digging up dirt, for example, like away from base, but I am gonna have to deposit some stuff. Is the portal gone? I don't know, it seems quiet. I fucking hope so. Alright. All the pantry related items are now in the pantry with the exception of these medium hides. It looks like, yeah, the rift activity just became calm. So in a surprise upset, we don't need to worry about that shit anymore. Grab those, deposit the clay. Cattails. Okay, small bones, copper nugget. Put the resin in here. I'll put the wood in the next chest over. Put this on the ground till we need it. Same with this. Deposit the medium hides, and we now have a cellar. It's rudimentary, but it's still a cellar. Let's take the field mushrooms with me. And I'll build some of the roof. Those torches still have plenty of time left on them. I need the chest for my back. A chest for my back, but I think I'll have to make a new one. It's too valuable not to. Yeah. All right. let's strap it on our shoulders and get the hell out of here and try to find some more stuff. I need more dirt for building our house. Oh, and hang on. I need a little bit of clay. We're gonna make our cooking pot and bowls. Cooking pots and bowls. You know what, sweetie? I could go with a little coffee break. Why don't you prep me a coffee over there and I'll be right over to enjoy it, huh? That sound good? I'm so glad that the rift went away when it did. I would have had to spend the night, like, off in the middle of buttfuck nowhere digging up dirt. Now I can actually get some things done around here. Alright, sweetie, I'll be right there. More or less. I'm gonna set up a couple of things here and then I'll be there. Okay, we have our clay goods and services. I usually don't do this because of the risk level associated with it, but I think we'll be okay. It's only for this one batch. Yeah. I need to eat something. Let's just eat a few mushrooms. I need 5 more dry grass and a bunch of sticks. I have the sticks, actually. All right. Now, I don't have any peat. All I have is firewood. But I guess I'm okay with using it. Okay, I'll be right there. All right, we made a little pit kiln. It'll be done in 20 hours. And then we'll have a cooking pot and eating will become easier. I'm gonna leave these flowers here for now. Now that I have these, let's make the bags I need. All right, my inventory is looking really good because of the linen bag that I have. We have +1 slot, so that's good. And I might want to think about making some armor, but I'm gonna need some ropes to do it. So today we're gonna try to get some vines. A forest is the best place to do that. Try to find some bees around. Right, coffee break. All right, grab that. I would love to just find bees around here if possible. What is that I hear over there? Sounds like it's probably just the wind. All right, guys, I'll be, wait. I need to just make sure I know where my home is before I go have the coffee break. No sense in getting lost when I don't need to. All right, be right back. Okay, we've returned. Hello, Chris. Welcome back, buddy. Welcome back. Yeah, coffee break is over now. Let's continue gathering rope. We have to craft our bear armor. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of vines here, a lot of them. I am hoping to find bees sometime today, so I can start orienting the completion of, like, the skeps. We already have 8 ropes. I think that's enough for a set of bear hide armor. Pink apple tree. Is that bees? Or is that wind? No, that's an underwater stream. Or an underground stream. All right, I need one more vine and then we're good. We can go craft our armor and set our sights on other forms of progression. Right here. All right, we have 13 ropes. That's enough for a set of armor and the other stuff that we'll need rope for. Let's grab some of this food. I also need more cattails because I am out of bandages. Or, sorry, horsetails. I'll just grab 16 so I can make 1 stack of healing items. We don't need more than that. I keep on thinking I can hear bees sometimes, but it's always like a phantom bee noise. Usually the wind. I guess I'll grab a little bit more than 16. Maybe we'll get 32 so that I have 1 replacement stack, but I don't spend too much time out here gathering horsetails. We have other stuff that needs doing. All right, let's head home. And I'm hoping I can find a big patch of peat soil somewhere. Let's grab these berries. That's going. Let's put something over it just in case it starts to rain. We'll have our cooking pot soon enough with that there. Okay. The small hides I don't really care much about. But, I mean, we'll still try to hang on to them. Alright. Let's make bandages. There we go. Make our armor as well. Black bear armor, of course. That's the good shit right there. Alright. I need bones. Okay. I was able to bypass primitive armor pretty much completely. How do I make this again? Wait, up here. No? Ah, okay, that's how. Got it. Okay, we have our black bear hide armor. That's a good milestone to have crossed. We're safer. Safer. All right, deposit those. Let's head back out. Today's mission, we have all the clay that we need, all of it. Don't know where we're gonna do our panning. I don't need to do my panning yet. We'll save that till later. Right now, I need to find bees and... Wait, refresh these. Yeah, let's go find some bees. Highly doubt I'm gonna find them up here at this altitude where it's typically a lot colder. But we'll look around. You never know. Grab that. And this. All right, music. You are taking the back burner for now. Oh, wait. Nothing. But honestly, a good thing about this, I still need sticks for my, you know, clay burning. So I can just pick them up off the ground and gather a whole bunch of these vines while I seek out bees. Let's pop down. Ooh, wait. Okay, that's not peat. That's medium fertility soil, which we will admittedly need. That's the big mountain that indicates where home is. We're not at all lost. Let's make a new shovel. Make some clay store. We'll get there, Seven Sky. We'll get there. Well, Chris, we'll see. I encountered kind of the same problems today. I feel like there's a strong need out there for a new world generation mod. At least that's how I feel. I feel like I want to have less gravel and less water. There's way too much water everywhere. Water, water, water all the time, right? I would love if there was a mod that reduced the amount of lakes and the amount of gravel fields that we end up finding all the time. I'm gonna have to find a way down from here. And then we'll go to that forest over there and see if there's any bees. I might actually have to plummet down here, I'm not sure. Let's eat. This is pretty high up. I'm really glad I don't have soil instability on. Having trouble finding a safe way down. Let's try to just land on this tree. It hurt a little bit, but we're okay. All right, let's move on. So I'm seeking peat. And we're going to that forest to find bees if we can. And I might want to start collecting a shitload of dirt so we can continue building our home. I appreciate that, Chris. I appreciate it, buddy. Grab these. Take a moment. Make this moment a little more lucrative. Grab these. So far, no bees, but we have gotten some sticks. Okay, let's eat these blueberries. I'd like to have the music on right now. It does feel eerily quiet, but ultimately it's going to be easier to find the bees if we don't have it on. And as long as I'm getting more and more supplies for our coal firing process, then nothing's really wasted. Doesn't seem like I'm getting much done, but we're gathering resources for the clay. And we already have the clay itself. We're gonna form a bunch of it tonight. And we need to find bees, which is kind of an RNG thing, but I'm hoping that if I just look for it, I can find them relatively soon. All right, let's move on. There's a big forest over there. Let's go that way. Our base is that massive mountain over there. It's really easy to see at a distance. It looks like we have some boars here. I'll be able to make some hefty meat stews. This is nice, buddy. This is really nice. Bro, stop running. That's the one really shitty part about wearing the bear armor. You become so much slower, right? So if you have to like run something down, you just become much worse at it. I killed this one. All right, we killed two of them. The last one's in the wind out there in the bushes. Oh, wow, look at that. Fucking ran right up to us. We got the piglets right here. Skin this one. All right, there we go. We hunted 3 boars. That's awesome. Really good amount of food, let alone the fat and the hides that we got. And we haven't even put a dent in our storage because I still have that box strapped to my back. Now, our plan was to search around here. We're gonna still do that. We gotta check these woods, see if we can find a beehive within them. Rain is very common here. And I'll continue picking up more loose sticks off the ground. Looks like I finally found some peat. We're gonna gather a whole bunch of this. At least 4 stacks of it. And I mean 4 stacks, even though my stacks go up to 64. We're gonna really stockpile it. Now, let's put our chest down. Fill it up with a bunch of shit. Boom. 10 more ropes. Resin, soil, bony, medium hide, meat. Put those 4 mushrooms in there too. And then let's collect it, put it on our back. Yeah, the carry on mod is so useful for that. I feel like there needs to be a bigger punishment for carrying that chest on your back. It should increase your hunger rate by like 20%. I feel like that would be a good balancing act for it. There needs to be something, because right now there's no penalty for carrying that chest on your back. All right, working on our 3rd stack right now. I am hoping to find peat that's closer to home, but this is, I'm really happy we at least found this and we can get a good stockpile going. This is just another resource that we're gonna need for our clay burning pits, right? Make another shovel. No, you're not slower when you carry the reed chest, surprisingly. You're only slower when you carry, I think, there's like the ceramic vessel. I think you're slower when you're carrying a ceramic vessel. And not by much either. It's so good that I can't not use it, right? Like having that extra chest on your back, dude. You go on those long looting runs, it makes you so much more efficient. I feel like there needs to be the penalty, the punishment of the hunger rate. That would make it much better in my opinion. I might even comment that on the mod and request it formally. I am going to grab a little bit of extra peat. We don't know how long it's going to be before we find a peat node near our base. So we're going to really stock up here. I'm going to have more than enough for my my clay stuff and whatever cooking tasks we may have to do. Okay. All right, I got 1 stack extra. We're gonna call it there. I have to continue scouring these woods for a beehive. Let's grab these mushrooms out of here. Put that in there. Eat. It's not much sustenance, but it's something. We will have our cooking pot tonight. We can start to make more powerful meals. Oh, this is a little trader compound right here. Fascinating. Hey there, buddy. Another treasure hunter in the middle of the woods. That's pretty cool. All right, my base is over that way, but we'll keep scouring the woods. The going's too good, right? We found peat. Oh my god, look at this copper vein. We have to mark this, actually, and I have to try to remember where it is. This one's substantial. It's massive. I need more dirt in order to finish marking it. Let's make another shovel. And I'm gonna make another waypoint that leads me to this waypoint out in the open. The edge of the woods is right over there by the water. I just need like a little waypoint that can get me back here. All right, so my the mine is right here. We're gonna travel diagonally away from it like this. It's okay if we veer off course a little bit. And then here. And then put a little arrow right there that leads to the mine. And then I'll make sure I can see it from far away by going like this. Shit. All right, there we go. We are gonna go a little bit hungry here. Can't do much about it. I was unable to find bees today, but you know, we got like we got 170 sticks. We got 5 stacks of peat. I found 10 copper nuggets. That's half a tool. Yeah, we did good, and we have a whole bunch of meat and hides and fat in our little pack on our back, right? So it wasn't a wasted day. It sucks that we couldn't find the bees we were after. We'll have to keep on exploring and looking around. We can turn our music back on now. Several wolves in the area. We got fruit trees aplenty around. I just noticed I've been seeing fruit trees almost everywhere. It's interesting. All right, we're back. Let's put our chest down. Put the meat in there. And I'll cook this bush meat now that we have some peat. I can do that at least. Yeah, let's get that cooked. We have 12 bushmeat right there. We're gonna have to go hungry for a little bit though, just until enough of that is cooked to stem our hunger. I know that this base ain't the most beautiful thing we've ever made, but just give it time. Give it time. We're still kind of settling in. We have a lot of different tasks on the go right now. We had a very rough early game due to like how long it took us to find a suitable amount of flax to settle down while also staying close to our spawn, right? So now we're trying to multitask several different things all at once. And I think tonight is where we do a whole bunch of our clay forming. $15 copper nuggets, that's one tool. All right. Rift activity is medium. There is every likelihood that we end up getting fucked with while we try to get this shit done. I have to make 6 of these ceramic storage vessels. We started all 6, now we finish all 6. Let's try the axis thing. All right, so we can do the left side and the top end really fast with the 2x2, but that's it. Yeah, left side and top end. And then we can do duplicate layer on most of these, like most of the way up, right? It's just about making it so that we have to switch modes as little as possible, I find. I hate switching modes over and over again, which sucks because the bees require a lot of that. A lot of mode switching there. It's super tedious to make the bee stuff. So, I mean, you know, but we'll get it done. Looks like our cooking pots are actually done, and our bowls, so now we can start making some quality meals. Okay, there's all the bushmeat done. It looks like it's a 1-to-1 conversion. You need 1 brick of peat for every bushmeat that you cook. It's very expensive. I really wish I had 1 more mushroom. There we go. We're making 4 servings of hefty red meat stew. That's a good start. Let's keep working. All right. Now now do the left-hand side and the top row with the 2x2. Save on time. And then we do the single block with Napsters on each one. And then I can finish these with the 3x3 grid. Anyway, our meat stews are probably done by now. We can get a very full belly for a good long time, covering us for a few days of labors. Yeah, maybe like a day and a half. We'll see. Alright, now let's just duplicate layer on the rest of these. Honestly, yeah, it's faster to do the 3x3. Let's just do the 3x3. We're gonna have to find a suitable patch of sand or gravel nearby where I could start doing all of these. I don't wanna need to build like a giant rammed earth like pit to do all my sand working up here. Instead, we'll just cart stuff over to the beach or something. Like wherever there's sand, and we'll do it there, right? But I will get started on one of these probably, just to help with our storage situation. Right here. So, I mean, since we already have the pit prepared, right? All right. Let's get some food. And we'll carry that with us. For now, we'll put the cooking pot right here. This spare cooking pot, anyway. And the spare bowl right there. Now we're gonna spend the rest of the night doing whatever clay forming we can. Let's do the anvil. And then we have to spend the day gathering as much dry grass as possible while still looking for bees. Hopefully, buddy, hopefully. Yeah, the terrain generation is definitely the weakest selling point with Vintage Story. I would say, like, with everything here, the terrain generation is kind of the Achilles heel of the whole game. And that, I would say, is what needs the most TLC in the coming update. As someone who's played this game for like a solid, what, 600 hours live streaming it over the past couple months, that's what I would say. All right, there's the anvil. Got to do the crucible. Get this axe mold done, and then we'll be thinking about going out there trying to find bees again for another day. There's our axe mold. Now the Falk's blade. Hammer mold now. And now we can't get killed by some dumbass fucking Better Ruins bullshit, you know? It really sucks. I was so invested in that world, dude. Right down to the geography of our base location. We had just found lime. Everything was going well. We had the best farm and honey setup that I've basically ever had. Then we lost it to some unbalanced mod bullshit. Fucking ridiculous. I wish I was never tempted by the Better Ruins. Because you should read the fine print with that mod. Funny part is, they don't even mention it anywhere on the mod description. There's super dangerous fucking monsters involved with that mod. A crazy unbalanced shit that you should not be seeing anywhere near the surface. Yeah, it's, not worth it. Not worth it to use Better Ruins. Not if you're playing Permadeath. Alright, prospecting pick mold. It's 4:38 in the morning. We just about have sufficient daylight to get out there, but we got a lot of our clay forming done in one night. We got 6 ceramic storage vessels done, which is honestly crazy how fast we were able to do those. We got our anvil mold done, our crucible, a shitload of the molds that we need. I'm probably gonna try to finish the molds. Shovel mold. And I think this time I'm gonna make molds for the quarry mod stuff. Yeah, splitter plug mold. I'm assuming it lets you make like 4 splitter plugs. I'm hoping. Although, unfortunately, it might be balanced for making 3 at a time. We'll see. I don't know. Yeah, I really have no idea. Does anybody know how many splitter plugs you get with the splitter plug mold? I think I'll make the Hellhammer mold too. The less smithing we have to do for everything, like, generally the better. Because it's hammer durability, right? Okay. I think that's all the molds that we need. We ran through the entire list. I mean, except for like maybe a hoe, but we're just gonna use stone ones. Yeah, that'll do. We still have a little bit more clay forming to do, but we can start to set up our clay operation sometime today. All right, we have the sticks, that. I'll keep the soil. We're gonna want a lot of soil today for continuing to build our base. It is about time we got that done. I need this chest on my back where it can be useful to us. Yeah, let's head out. Apply a bandage, restore our missing HP. Every patch of forest, no matter how small, does have a chance of yielding bees to us. Now, we left off our search over there. I'm pretty sure we've... Oh my god. I'm pretty sure we've already checked that wooded area right there. We'll know once we see my marker where the copper was found. Yeah, right there. I see the marker that indicates where our copper mine is. So we're gonna wanna look anywhere that isn't around there, basically. That's a clay mine over there. I am gonna temporarily remove my armor so I can run faster. And this is more clay. Got it. Let's eat. We're gonna cut that way through the woods, I think. This is where we were able to find all that peat. And if we're running through the woods, we're gonna gather some of the loose sticks. Oh my god. I hear bees. What the fuck? Right here? Oh wow, they're like nestled in that bush. Okay, that's very interesting. We found bees, but I didn't know you could actually find them in a bush like that. Unfortunately, they will be at risk to things like raccoons. Let's not clear too much of this. I don't want to end up destroying whatever that might be attached to, but we're gonna build a fence around it. We can repurpose that fence after. But this is par for the course. This is just what you do when you find the bees. All right, we can set up all of our skeps today and try to get them filling up. Now, we may end up encountering the same bug in this playthrough that we encountered last time, where the skeps stop populating their neighbors. If so, we'll just do what we did last time to fix it. We'll use the creative menu to give ourselves some populated skeps. From Golden Combs is an ambitious mod, but it's also kind of equally broken in that regard, so... Let's get rid of these ferns, and then let's build a fence. We'll start with 50 fence links. That might be enough. We'll see. I need to be able to fit a whole bunch of skeps in here. Like at least 16, right? And they have to be safe from wild animals that may try to attack. And now that we found the bees and we can actually get this started, my objective changes, and I now need to find a beach, a place to fire all of my clay products into completion. Don't worry, buddy, we're doing it. We're walling them in. We're gonna do a fence and make sure that boars or raccoons can't fuck them up. All right, let's get a few more sticks, because I have to make a wattle fence gate. Got it? Okay. So if they are right here... I'm worried that they might get destroyed if I destroy this stuff, like, that they're clinging to, so we're not gonna get rid of that. It'll be really easy to lay out the flowers here, though, so let's do, like, a gap and then the beehive, like this. So gap, beehive, right there. Gap, beehive, fence. And then same thing, these dimensions right here, so we have gap, beehive, fence. Same thing here, except, yeah, okay, gap, beehive, fence. And then gap, beehive, get these fucking annoying ass plants out of the way. Gap, beehive, fence. Okay, we didn't make too many extra. Let's put a wattle fence gate right here. Make sure that nothing can jump this gap to reach them. I'm gonna need the medium fertility soil eventually anyway, in order to build my garden. And then we have to build a large marker to indicate where these guys are. All right. Certainly ain't no fucking raccoon gonna jump over that gap. Not if it's 2 blocks wide. Let's equip our armor. Now that the traveling portion of the day is more or less done, I'd rather just prioritize some safety now. Let's get rid of these deer ferns, eagle ferns, cinnamon fern. We have plenty of flowers to bring here soon. All right. Now I need a marker. A tall one. One that's really easy to see. Big and tall. I think that's our base right there. We found bees. So now we have to go home. We have to grab all of our cattails and a little bit of clay, and we have to come back here with them and make, oh my god, there's more copper right there. And we have to make 16 skeps. Shit. So we've now found 2 surface copper veins, which is really nice. And we found the bees, which is even nicer.
Oh my god.
Nice, sweetie. We found bees.
Bees.
Bees. It's the bee's knees.
Oh no, not the bees.
Nicolas Cage, yes.
Yeah.
Not the bees! Ah!
Please God, no.
So far, guys, we've managed to find, I think, 22 total loose copper bits and 2 copper mines, which will really help us out. We only need to gather enough copper to craft 1 tool. This is a massive sea of peat, so I'm going to mark it down. Okay.
Dorian.
No, I appreciate it. I'm happy to have you here to annoy me.
So you admit I annoy you?
Doesn't even matter. There was a time in my life when I was completely alone. I'll take this.
Well, you're...
Pestering is what loved ones do.
So I will
2,
happily
3.
pester you until the rest of our lives.
Good.
Just opened up my paint by numbers set, so ready for painting.
Right on, right on.
But I'm gonna watch the last episode of The Bachelor first.
Of course. Would you mind doing me a quick favor? Completely optional. I could do it myself, lickety split, but starting a second coffee for me.
Sorry. Make you one.
Yeah, it's okay. I prefer a stronger one. Nice, good pick me up. Fresh brewed and ground. Thank you very much. Oh, you're okay. I will set a timer. For 4 minutes. Tell me when the water is on and coming to a boil, and I'll start the timer. Thank you, sweetie. Yeah, guys, I had no idea that you could actually find bees in a bush. Who else here is very surprised at that? You know what? This is a really good patch of sand for my clay products right here. Now that I take a look at it, this is where we should set it up. Yeah, we're gonna use this right here. Let's eat. I need to move this over by 1 right here. Yeah, let's eat. Thank you, hun. The water is on. Start the timer, 4 minutes. Yes. That's always good.
Triple check it.
Yeah.
Love you very much, honey.
I love you too, baby.
Next.
All right. Sugar
You have
tits.
water? You don't have water. You need to keep...
I don't have water. Thank you. Yeah, I chugged a glass this morning. I don't know how many of these slots we need, but rather than doing this massive checkerboard pattern like I usually do, guys, I'm gonna try to make it look cleaner. Thank you, sweetie. I'll just do like several little plots of 4. So 4, 8, 12, 24 slots, I think. Yeah, we'll do 2 more of these, and then we'll see how much more space we need after we've brought everything down. We're gonna have to make sure there's no more dry grass or anything that can catch fire. We gotta fireproof all of it. What, fish oil? Thanks.
Yeah.
That was disgusting. Okay. Yeah, we'll have those skeps down before nightfall. We have all of our, just about all of our clay products created already. Yeah, it turns out, guys, these bushes count as trees. They must, right? Otherwise, I can't imagine we would have found bees in one of these bushes. Which honestly blows my mind. I never had any idea that that was a thing. Very surprising. Anyway, that should be fireproof. That should be fire. Like, all of this should be. This has to be converted into sand. That should be fireproof. This, however, might not be. We'll convert that to sand. Leave a 2-block gap right there. Same with this, just to be safe. I don't really know how the diagonal fire spreading works. But that should do. That looks pretty well fireproof to me. Thanks. My vitamins.
You just bring this shit to you, eh?
It is. I don't even have to take care of myself. I have a secretary.
Secretary.
I love you, sweetie. You're the secretary God chose for me.
Pretty soon I'll be your agent.
Yes.
Businessman.
Yeah, I'll handle the business side of things and you'll handle the money. The timer just went off. Why sand? Because I don't have to worry about fresh grass growing in sand, right? I use sand for my fire pits because fire can't spread across sand. As long as you clear all the vegetation, you won't get any new grass to worry about, right? But dirt blocks, if you cut all the grass, you might end up with a rogue piece of grass that grows back where you cleared it, right? And then that might allow fire to leapfrog into like a bushy or forested area. This ensures that I will be safe from forest fires. And usually when I set up my my clay working fire pit area, I end up with a whole bunch of sand that I can then use for panning. I'll have to make my panning shelter over there by the coast, I think. But we can get some sand over there too. How is the water now? Still not boiling, eh? All right, thank you, sweetie. All right. I swear, guys, one day we're gonna finish this base, all right? Like, it's gonna happen. These things take time. We'll get it done. We will get it done. I need a shitload of dry grass at this stage. But we're gonna start carrying these things down. And that's the easy part. I can fill up this chest and it'll help out quite a bit with that. Yeah. There we go. So we can carry it all down. Most likely, I will still need to make some more clay stuff, but yeah, let's get down there. I'm gonna grab up a shitload of dirt and a shitload of sand. We're gonna build our panning shelter. Oh, right, and the bees. I'll go set up the bees while we're down there. Thank you, hun.
Your coffee is steeping, so
All right, did you put 2 full scoops of the beans into there? Yeah, thank you, honey. All right, so we need the cattails, and we need a stack of red clay. Oh yeah, we're forgetting something else that we need too, and that's all the dwarf furzy flowers that we gathered while we were trying to clear our base area. So we'll grab the dwarf furzy flowers. That's going to allow us to cause these bees to start spreading. I'm really glad I didn't forget that. It would have been pointless to place the skeps without the flowers too. We have 43. Should be more than enough. Good morning, DRS. Happy late New Year. How are you? Thank you, Samantha. Yeah, it's I always have like a system, right? I always got to dig my little fire pit for clay making and charcoal making, in fact, in sand. Forest fires suck, especially when you have a place where like you choose to base up there because of how pretty it is, and then you end up like, you know, terraforming and like scorching the earth everywhere. It sucks, dude. That's also why I turned off soil instability, because it would happen so often where I'd go to move into a place only to have that place end up ugly because a massive cave-in happened. Hey, there's peat right here. I'm gonna want to mark that later on. It's near these ruins, though. Easy enough to find. Okay. On the upside, we won't have to do much panning. And honestly, I'm surprising myself with the speed at which I'm actually appearing to get these things done. It's astonishing to me that we were still looking for flax on day 4, and now it's day 7 and we've done all this, right? It really, truly, I'm kind of blown away by how well I've done. Let's mark this. More clay. And let's eat. That red meat stew is worth its weight in gold, buddy. Surface copper veins are very rare on wilderness survival, so it's always so freaking lucky when you can locate 1 or 2. Really helps out. I probably should have ditched my clay products before I fully came here, but whatever, we'll still figure it out. Okay, so let's just put these on the ground right here. I can open up a little bit of space, you know. Now let's get crafting some skeps. They don't stack. That's 8. I'm gonna need more fucking cattails. Okay, place that here. This one right there. Yeah, the cattails go fucking quick when you're making skeps. They really do. God. Oh, wow. Okay. So right now, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, we have 10. I need to get more cattails, which really sucks. You'd think that with damn near 2 stacks of cattails, you would have had enough, but it wasn't the case. Not nearly. But we're still making pretty good time considering the vast difficulty that we had in the early game locating a good source of flax seeds. You can tell just how rare seeds are even now while I continue to play. When was the last time that you guys saw me pick up a flax plant on the ground? I'll tell you when, it was day 4. Fucking 3 days we've been running around, we haven't found another flax seed since. We literally, like, there's no seeds around anywhere, which seems like bullshit to me, right? But whatever. The game can make it as hard as it wants. I'll still kick the game's ass, buddy. It's what we do around here. Fuck the game. I will bend it over and fuck it. Let's grab up these mushrooms. We're gonna need them sooner or later. Never forget, all right? I'm the guy. I'm the guy. I'm that guy, okay? I made it to winter playing as a blackguard before I even nerfed the brown bears. I'm that guy, all right? I'll find a fucking way. No matter what forces work against it, I will find it. Make a 3rd spear. That was accidental, but yeah. Make a knife. I hope this is enough cattails to get it all done. I highly doubt it. They're expensive, buddy. It's, what, 14 cattails per skep? Something like that. It might even be more, honestly. Can make 4 more. I have 5 to place, but that's not going to be enough. Let's try to grab these cattails over here. Hopefully that helps us to cross the threshold. I think I needed like 6. I had 10. Yeah, I need 6. Fuck that wolf over there. I really hope he doesn't run at us in the water here. It's a pretty easy run back home, but I still wouldn't want to do it if it was too dark. I am worried about the potential for clouds to, like, black out the moonlight, make it harder to find our way home. Hopefully we can have this all set up and get the hell out of here before it's too pitch dark, but it's getting dark fast. This is nothing like the other nights we've had where it kind of remained a little bright throughout. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I need 16. Hmm. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Beautiful. Okay, I actually have enough skeps. Good. Yes, we can get out of here now after we've placed the flowers down. Okay, we have it all set up, all of it. Now we let all that do its thing. Let's grab our clayware and try to gather as much dry grass on the way home as possible. Oh, it's getting dark as fuck really fast. We went from 0 to 100 real quick on the nighttime. Let's get closer to our home territory here. Eat. This is my final serving of meat stew, unfortunately. We were able to get some more mushrooms, and we have a little bit more red meat. I tell you, my favorite thing is the carry-on mod. Hang on, give me a second. I want to suggest something to the mod creator that I think is very important. I love carrying a reed chest on my back. It really helps when out looting, gathering, hunting, you name it. Especially in the early game, when exploring and seeking seeds. Especially in the early game, when exploring, seeking seeds as well as a new home. A new home location. My only problem with it is that it feels too one-sided. too beneficial with no penalty to speak of. I'm hoping you might endeavor to balance the reed chest later on so that it increases your hunger rate by a minimum of maybe 20%. That way it would be strong still. It would still be highly beneficial, but not purely positive, and would come at a balanced cost. So that it increases your hunger rate by a minimum of maybe 20% whenever it is strapped to your back. I love this mod though, and appreciate it. Can't understate how much I do. Failed to edit comment. Why is that? Malformed query param. What? Okay. Let's delete this then. I copied it. We'll just paste it right here. Add comment. All right, there we go. I love carrying a reed chest on my back. It really helps when I'm out looting, gathering, hunting, you name it. Especially in the early game when exploring, seeking seeds, as well as a new home location. My only problem with it is that it feels too one-sided, too beneficial with no penalty to speak of. I'm hoping you might endeavor to balance the reed chest later on so that it increases your hunger rate by a minimum of maybe 20% whenever it is strapped to your back. That way it would still be highly beneficial to carry one around, but not purely positive, and would come at a balanced cost and thus feel more fair to use. I love this mod though, and appreciate it. Can't understate how much I do. Alright, yeah, that'll do. Glazed them nice and good. Oh yes. Hello, Mike. Welcome, Zarov. Oh, I'm never playing 2.5. No, I'm waiting until minimum. Like, I at minimum want to have 3.0. I might not even want to play it until action skills are in the game. Like, that's where I'm at. Is like, I want more, right? They haven't changed it enough for it to feel new to me yet. I have thousands of hours in that game, like 4,000, and I just don't think I can enjoy it like I used to. I'm gonna need more. Those action skills make a comeback, though, and I will be very tempted. They've already said that they plan on re-adding action skills, and I'm happy to see the temperature stuff come back, but I'm still also hoping for more. Like, I want them to bring back the leather duster and the college jacket and, like, all these different things that I wish they never got rid of, right? But 2.5 was an update in the right direction. And perhaps 3.0 comes out, and I'll be considering playing it. And it's not just me either. Like, a lot of people still play it, I know. But their game, after the Storms Brewing update, there was a major fall off, both in the quality of the reviews as well as the concurrent player counts. It's not just me. So many people, long-term players of the game, just got sick of it. And it's because the innovation kind of stopped, right? We could only enjoy those new systems for so long before we started to get completely burned out on them, and it ended up happening. But now, I guarantee you guys, we're gonna see a massive resurgence in concurrent players and positive reviews for 7 Days to Die. specifically because they're reintroducing all these old systems that they had once removed. And over time, 7 Days to Die, Mike, may yet become my favorite game once again. We'll see. It used to be. 7 Days to Die used to be my favorite game. It just felt like after a while, it was no longer that same game, you know? Okay. We got a good amount of dry grass. Not enough, but a good amount to start with. Let's continue heading home. I see the backdrop of the mountain against the stars. This is the peat that I want to mark, but there's many wolves guarding it, so I'll just mark it later when it's not so dangerous. Now, where is the sand pit? We have a sand pit somewhere around here. Ah. My character's hungry. Here it is. Alright, put the torches down so I can see. We're gonna have to deal with being hungry for a little bit. I do have some mushrooms, but I'd be more wise to save those for when I can put them into like a stew or something. Let's put our chest on the ground. All right. Strap that to our back. I'll leave these torches here for now, so that I can easily return. We're gonna make some food. I'm just really glad that we found bees. You know? We went out, we searched for them, we found them. We now have a bunch of skeps around where we located them. Oh, we're doing pretty good, de facto. Pretty good, buddy. Damn straight. Mike is, he's okay. He's okay. He's been around for a long time. When he ribs me, it's never something that I take personally, you know? He ribs in good faith. He's not one of the people who actually tries to get, like, a vitriolic rise out of you or anything. He's a good guy. Let's refresh these torches. Okay. We now have a new ceramic storage vessel prepared. Let's make some food, first and foremost. That's what's gotta happen here, right now. Yeah, I can make something substantial to eat. Put the cooking pot down. Put 3 meat in there, 3 almond mushrooms, 3 chanterelles, and 3 indigo milk caps. Looks like we can't actually do that, for whatever reason. I guess I'll have to make 1 serving of this first. and then we'll have to see what we can do after. We're gonna have to listen to the accordion of destiny for a second until my character decides to shut the hell up. Hang on. I'll use these. All right, now, what else do we have to make? Doubtless there must be... Oh, yeah. We're missing all the ingot molds, so we'll get started on that right now. I really wish that you could turn off the player sounds. See, like, there needs to be, like, a player sound setting. Because that shit, when you're listening to yourself starve, it's the worst. It truly is. I really wish we could just do away with it. There's a few mods that change the player sounds. I have been on the lookout for my 47th mod. Maybe that's... Maybe that's what it'll be. Okay. Let's go grab our food. I only have one serving, but it'll, you know, tide us over for a bit. I find it really weird how you can add vegetables to a meat stew, but you can't add meat to a vegetable stew. Very strange. All right, we're cooking a shitty vegetable stew with 3 servings. Let's eat this. Probably shouldn't have. I had hunger freeze, now I probably don't. We need to make 16 ingot molds. Actually, you know what? The hunger freeze might still be active. Maybe you can't overwrite a current hunger freeze with a second one, but if you eat something, you'll still keep the hunger freeze that you first had. Maybe that's the case. Yeah, I've been wanting to understand that for a while, and I think I finally understand it. You can't stack hunger freezes, one on top of the other, but what you can do is get your first hunger freeze and then eat some leftover berries or mushrooms or whatever to top up your hunger bar, and still keep the hunger freeze of the meal that you previously ate, even if you have a couple of snacks on top of it. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 2 more. It makes you meow instead. That's funny. All right, we now have 16 ingot molds prepared. Is there anything else I want to make? Well, we're gonna have to do the ceramic pots and stuff. We'll do those after all these other things are preparing. I'm gonna make 4 more bowls. Okay. Watering can I don't really care about. Maybe for the rest of the night I could just get started on the bee shit. Actually, it's already 3 in the morning. Yeah, you know what? We'll do the bee shit after. Let's get all this stuff set up. Grab those 128 sticks. We're gonna need a lot more for sure, but it's a start. Let's take the mushroom veggie stew. Oh yeah, I can open my inventory now when I have the campfire open, guys. That's a mod that I installed. It's called, I think, like Fix Tab or something. I use Tab to open my inventory. The game defaults you to using E to open your inventory, but when you switch it to Tab, as I did, it has the unintended consequence of kind of fucking you over. Yeah, it's you can't. It's I don't want to try to explain it. It takes too many words. But if you tried to change your inventory key to Tab and open a campfire and then open your inventory, you would see exactly what it does, and you would hate it too. I'm really glad there was a mod to fix it. Anyway, these are going to be fresh for a good long time. Right, right. I can make porridge. Okay, we'll try to forage some berries today. Let's cook this red meat. Once we have all those clay products coming in, heating up, that's when we're going to gather all the dirt that we need to finish our house here. Oh, that's so fucking useful. Yes, I'm no longer... Oh my god, I can actually just do it. I can just fucking do it. Beautiful, man. Beautiful, man. That's gay. That's homosexual. Did you guys know that in Lord of the Rings, the book, there's this scene, Zuzi heard it in an audiobook that she was listening to. There's a scene where Bilbo tells Gandalf to throw a fag in the fire because apparently fag is slang for firewood, like in Old English. I can just see the libtard articles now. Homophobic! Yeah, this just in, he wants to throw fags into a fire. Oh! You know? That's funny ass shit. All right, let's get down there and let's set up all of our clay burning stuff. I'll grab some of our peat. I don't know how much we need, but we'll just take 2 of these stacks. J.R.R. Tolkien is homophobic. He wants to throw fags on a fire. I'm gonna go pour my second coffee. I'll be right back. Yeah, a lot of people don't know this, but when Elrond told Isildur to cast it into the fire, he was actually talking about the nearby homosexual. Now, we're actually going to need 32 slots when we do our B shit. So 8, 16, 24, 32. This is the perfect amount. Very nice. Okay. I made one too many bowls, but that's okay. We can just delete one of them. Yeah, we have everything pretty much ready. I have one more slot that I could use, but we don't have any clay on us. I'm just gonna get started on all this. Looks like I need 20 more dry grass in order to call it done. Okay. We got a portal nearby. Now for the sticks. We're definitely going to need more sticks. Probably gonna get demonetized for that. I think so. Fucking stupid ass AI is gonna be like, oh my god, he wants to burn gay people. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Losing a couple videos, it's a drop in the bucket. I'll still put food on the table. All right, we do have more sticks. Do we have enough to finish? I'm not really sure, but we will check. Definitely not enough to finish. I need 17 more sticks. Gonna have to eat a serving of that veggie stew now. Let's eat. Oh god, what a shitty meal that is. Oh man. But you know what? We do have a lot of supplies for porridge, and that's what's gonna save us here. For a while, yeah. There we go. We're good. I just have to rainproof all of it, which is going to take more dirt than I've currently got. Rainproofing it might not be necessary, but I would not want the rain to have a chance to put this out. You know what I mean? Let's go grab some dirt from the hill over here. I don't need much. All right, let's get it all lit. Grab these. Yeah, believe it or not, we are making really good time, all things considered. When we didn't even have our fucking flax on the morning of day 4, like our flax seeds, I was worrying a little bit, but I've clearly learned how to like expedite the early game and multitask, right? We gathered a shitload of our sticks while we were running around looking for bees. Like we picked them up off the ground, right? Little things like that, doing one thing while you're trying to get another thing done. We also grabbed a shitload of vines while we were looking for bees too. I was able to make my bear skin armor. Yeah, we're doing great. A light temporal storm is approaching. All right, fair enough. We're gonna have to take cover soon, but at least we were able to get all this set up before then, right? Okay, every single slot is now lit. Now, we need to get a shitload of dirt. I highly... you know what? I might be able to finish my house before this storm happens. That's basically our goal for right now, is finishing our house before the storm can happen. So this is our terrain right here. We're gonna shovel a whole bunch of this. I could always just close myself in a little room if I had to, but I would like to be able to do my beehives and my honey pots during the storm, right? So if we had more room, that would help. Make another shovel. Let's eat. We're making good time, more or less. I'm gonna have to grab more sticks and more dry grass to make some more torches. I don't know if we have enough torches to completely make that, you know, that whole area safe. Even then, I'm probably gonna want like a little panic room in there just in case. We did have a shiver spawn in our house before. Yo, there's a fucking dead raccoon pup right here. Just hiding in the bushes. All right, that's 12 torches if we need them. Plenty of dry grass for more. Now let's head home and try to build our house up. Five hours, 54 minutes before the Temporal Storm begins. I would love to also try to scrounge up a few berries so that we can have some porridge to eat. Because right now our food situation's not that good, you know? I have one more serving of the shittiest veggie stew you've ever eaten. There's a fucking bear sitting there. Come on, give Daddy some berry bushes. I don't need much. Well, shit, some chickens would work. Beautiful. You kill one, the others come at you. But time is of the essence, and we didn't find any berries. But this at least gives us something that we can cook. Something meaty, something substantial. And maybe if I go check a body of water, I could get some fish. That's our last serving of shitty veggie stew. I do see some fish in the water. I need at least 3 fish meat. Four hours, 31 minutes. If I have to, I could just sort of shelter up in the pantry and do my clay forming in there. I think I could pull that off. Yeah. I have that clay vessel that's nearly empty after all. Work a little bit of inventory magic and figure it out. All right. I don't suppose I could kill the fucking goat. Hey, I just found bees again. This goat's really fast. Fuck it. He led us to more fish, I'll take it. Hopefully we get another 3 fish meat, then we gotta go back to base and try to finish the roof. I don't even know if we have enough dirt to finish it. Definitely looks like I'm getting that 3 more fish meat that I need, though. Minimum. We are going to be hearing the accordion of doom again, though, or whatever, the harmonica, my voice, my character's voice. I think I went with a low-pitch harmonica because it was like the least shitty noise that I could choose. Yeah, let's head back home. Another fish. All right. I'm happy to say I can now make a very hefty, 3 servings of very hefty fish poultry stew. But we gotta hurry the hell up and get back to base. I really don't have that much time. I'm gonna go ahead and make more torches right now. We can use them for mining later. And we'll need them for illuminating our base and spawn-proofing it. Yeah, let's get back home. Up through here. Quickly now. Quickly. You're running out of time, boy. Here we are. Make a shovel real quick. Come on. As much as I'd love to eat and shut my character up, I got more pressing concerns right now. So, yeah, we're just gonna keep on working for the time being. I didn't invest all this time and energy into a painful and inconvenient start so that I could lose it all here. Put that wattle gate right here, and then seal it up. Okay. All right, our whole base has a roof. We still have 2 hours. We got to get this place sufficiently lit up, refresh the duration of the torches. I need a little bit of dirt to fill that in. Hour and 30 minutes, not much time left. Okay, let's light all these other torches. As much as I would love to cook the food and stop the hunger noises, I simply can't right now. Time is too short. Okay. Put that there. I don't see any sensitive tiles here. Like, I'm not seeing any yellow tiles, you know what I mean? Put a torch in there. Move this into that room. Right, the fucking hunger. Okay. So I can theoretically get in there in a panicked moment. Let's get this shit off the ground. That torch burnt out. All those torches should last a good long time. And now I think we can start cooking. The storm is imminent. It's starting any second. Let's heal up. Yeah, I don't see any yellow spots in here. None. So we should be okay. Hey, sweetie. Yeah. Okay, the gate's closed. I don't see any holes in the ceiling. Let's just give it a minute in here. Alright, finally. Finally, I can eat something. It's ready. Let's eat. Very nourishing. In fact, that bowl is exactly 1500 satiety. That's amazing. I've never seen that before. Like an exact 1500, it's perfect. That's creepy as shit. Yeah, we had to take a lot on faith when we started using the Weather the Storm mod. We still take a lot on faith. The thing with mods is you can't actually trust them. You just convince yourself enough that you can. Jesus, okay. Accidentally made a honeypot. Let's just fucking get rid of that. Okay. I'm gonna have to start my charcoal pit sometime tomorrow. Alright, that's fine. I've had surface drifters spawn in my base before, but never anything other than the surface ones. I mean, if all I get is a fucking surface drifter in here, I don't really care. I'll accept that, you know? It does make you sweat a little bit, though. You always worry it's gonna be a fucking nightmare shiver next time around. Holy shit, my camera shake scale is still, like, really bad. I don't like the glitch strength here. I have it set to 0, and this is a light temporal storm, but it's still, like, rocking my fucking screen once in a while. Alright, that's 16 of them. Now we're gonna do all of these row by row so that we don't have to switch modes as much. And then we'll need 16 honeypots after. Yeah, bears are extremely strong. You can kind of run backwards in a circle and melee them with the spear. You can't do it with brown bears though. The only reason why I can is because I have a mod that I made which nerfs the brown bear speed, bringing it down to be equal to black bear speed. Otherwise, brown bears are 40% faster than black bears and you can't melee them. Alright, we survived our first temporal storm. Wasn't too bad. Hopefully by the time we get our second one, we'll be looking at like having our farm just about done. Same with the beekeeping area, right? Like around mid-June. Mid-June is usually the deadline where I really try to start having that shit done. I'm sure someone could make that mod, but I wouldn't know how. We still have a lot of clay. It looks like 6 stacks of clay. But 12, if you don't have the Better Pockets mod, seems to be the magic number for me making my entire beekeeping setup and all the required things that I need. Okay, finally. Now we can just duplicate layer on these a couple times. All of them. Yeah, it's still nighttime right now, like 11:53 in the morning. So we'll just keep on doing our clay forming. We'll try to get as much of it done as we can. And most of our other clay stuff is going to be done really, really soon, right? So we just we pass a little time. We started it around midday yesterday. Yeah, it won't take long for all that shit to finish. Then we'll have our ceramic storage vessels, our anvil, our crucible, all the bells and whistles, all of our molds, right? God damn, I might actually need more clay than 6 stacks. But I have no intention of dying in this playthrough. This one's gonna be a damn long one. I don't need to worry about any super crazy fucking mega shivers in a fucking cave. Like in a ruin in a cave. Nothing stupid like that. I still can't believe that was even a thing. Wait, where's the clay? I had more clay than that. What in the fuck? Did I use the last of my clay? Or are we getting that glitch again where it like it makes something in my inventory look like something else? Did I just so happen to run out of clay the moment I went to eat? Is that what happened? It must be. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. I got no more clay. We are gonna have to go get some more. let's grab that food. All right, yeah, we're gonna have to go get more clay. Sun isn't exactly rising yet, but we got clay all over. Let's go get more. My clay goods look like they might be done already. I'll get 2 more stacks of clay, and I'd imagine that should be more than enough to finish. Yeah, we have some clay up here. And I'm gonna try to locate some berries while we're up here. There were some. There might be some more ripe cranberries for collection up here. But let's get the clay first and then worry about that. Let's turn that music back on. Ever since we found our bees, we've had the music off, and it just ain't felt right since, huh? Yeah, let's remedy that. We'll get some nice, relaxing soundtrack going. All right, there we go. Got some bonus clay now. Let's try to find some berries up here. Yeah, cranberry bushes over there. They look like they're flowering, but not ripened. Down here, it looks like we might be able to get white currants unless flowering. These are ripe. There we go. We got some black currants up there. Let's go get them. Did that go just triple Lindy off the fucking cliff? But it's still alive too, that's crazy. Impressive even. Alright, I don't know how branchy a large tree is, but we're about to find out. Yeah, we gotta cut down the tree anyway. Well, I need a bunch of firewood, right? I need firewood in order to make charcoal, so... Let's eat up and try to approach the collection of these leaves from the outside in so that I'm not wasting sticks. Admittedly, we won't get much wood from this tree. Ugh. We're gonna want to go find some maples. Let's cut this fucker down, though. It'll even be easier to get the sticks from the maples, requiring less of a dirt tower beneath our feet. 21 larch logs. Let's grab these mushrooms. They'll go into a porridge. It's something, right? The one thing we still have a significant amount of from the early game is grains, so anything we can mix with grains, whether it's veggies or berries, it's going to be important to stockpile a bunch of that. Okay, we got some red wine cap mushrooms here. Let's gather a whole bunch. A few turnips. We got a deer over there. Red berries. Yeah, we're gonna need a plethora of sticks, dry grass, peat. We need to prepare all of the ceramic hives, all of the ceramic honeypots, and we gotta get those bees transported to base. And then I need to go panning for what little bit of copper we still need in order to enter the Copper Age. I don't need much, maybe like 15 nuggets. It'll be pretty brief, but then we have to smelt that down, make our first tools, visit the 2 copper mines that we found, hope that we can find cassiterite in a relatively short time frame, because I don't want to make a copper anvil if I can avoid it. Yeah, we got a lot going on, buddy. A lot going on. Let's grab this bony soil. Seek out more mushrooms. I don't see any more, though. Now, where did that deer go? That big, fat morsel of meat. Where is he? Couldn't tell you. It was here. I sure as shit don't see it now. Anyway, this tree looks pretty good. We're gonna process this tree. Remove all the branchy leaves from it and cut it down. It's a big ass maple. Oh, walnut tree. Okay. We're gonna take it from the top of the tree. All right, here we go. Let's get busy. We got a lot of fucking leaves to break. One thing I haven't really considered, which I may want to, I need to cut this tree down anyway to make charcoal, but I might want to do my metallurgy efforts before I do the beehive area, because then I could use the tools from the metalworking to expedite the resource gathering for the ceramic beehives, right? It is something to consider, just changing up my order of operations slightly in order to add more expediency and greater efficiency to it all. What the fuck? Oh, it's over here. It's the waviness. It's making it so I'm not hitting the leaves. I need to look for the actual hitbox. It's grindy, but at least we are gonna have a fuck ton of sticks when all this is said and done. Possibly even enough for all of our clay products. And the amount of wood we're gonna get from a tree like this, buddy, we're gonna need 5 axes to bring this thing down. I'm pretty excited about it, actually. It's one of the reasons why I really love the Better Pockets mod, because it increases the stack size of wood from 16 all the way up to 128. It makes the resource, like the inventory management, so much better. Alright. We're hungry. We're gonna have to listen to that shit for a while. I ain't leaving. No way, the ball's rolling way too well right now. I do have some food, but it's all food that I would much prefer to make porridge out of. So I'll tell you what, as a concession, I will lower my volume a little bit. And then it won't be so abrasive to the ear to listen to our character starve. You should totally be able to fucking disable those starvation noises. Fucking ridiculous. Alright. All right, very good. Oh, wow. I was fucking crouching and I still went over the edge. That was retarded. Okay. Anyway, let's just put this chest on the ground. Now I can fill it with a whole bunch of shit, make some space for more loot. I'll plant the fucking trees, I suppose. I can eat the walnuts, actually. Yeah, I can actually eat the walnut seeds. I completely forgot about that. It's not the kind of thing that you often have a chance to experience or take advantage of, but yeah, you can eat the walnut seeds. So if I find more of those on the ground, I can totally eat them. Anyway, we're not done with the sticks on this tree. It's unfortunate that I fell off. I didn't deserve to, but we're gonna have to just deal with it anyway and hop back up here. While I'm here, I'll take advantage and I will break whatever branches I can reach in a perimeter around this pillar. God, I know I can disable it. I'm actually pretty tempted to for this. The waving tree branches, I'm gonna turn that off. Because honestly, it moves the leaves around so much that you struggle to find their hitbox. Yeah, this is way better. Like just having static leaves that aren't jiggling around. I mean, at least for the task. I'll turn it back on after. I do like the effect, I just don't like it where it pertains to gathering sticks from the fucking branches, right? All right, I think we're almost done. I'm gonna grab this shit. God, I can't get shears fast enough, buddy. Fucking shears needed. All right, we have maybe one more cluster of branches that we have to break. And it's right over here. And then we'll be good to fell the tree itself. All right, that's it. Let's get the fuck down and grab up all the sticks that are loose and then cut down the tree, getting the rest that fall down with all the wood. And I have more acorns to eat. I mean, it's less trees planted in the end, but it just doesn't really matter that much, right? Let's heal up before some random ass freak bear encounter ends everything. We did good. Jesus Christ, I went really, really hard on those leaves. All right. Yeah, this is gonna take a lot of axes. We're gonna want at least 4. At least, oh fuck. Let's make 5 axes. We're gonna make 5 stone axes for this tree. I already have 1. That's 2. Three. You use ladders for debranching? Oh, you get them back when you, okay, yeah, that's pretty useful. Normally I have to harvest the dirt. With the ladders, you're saying that I wouldn't have to do that, eh? All right, there we go. Here we go. I have 5 axes. There's a lot of sticks still up there. I don't doubt that we have enough sticks, more than enough sticks for all of the bee-related ceramics that we have to make, you know? I don't doubt it. Oh shit, there's another piece of wood down there. We'll break the tree from this point and then get that last piece of wood. Provided our 5 axes are even enough for all this. We used a bunch of them, like 3 of them. Certainly accomplished what we set out to accomplish here. This is damn near my entire charcoal pit. Oh, there's a couple of blocks just suspended in the air. Okay, we can reach them from here. I wonder why the vine is staying up there. That's weird. It's not even something I can actually destroy. Oh, that's really weird. Anyway, let's collect this shit. We gotta go home and we gotta make some porridge to tide us over for a while. Let's strap that to our back and let's hit the road. Of course, gathering any extra food that we happen to see along the way. It's all porridge in the end, right? A bunch of peat right here. I'll mark it. I'm just glad to know that the Better Ruins mod isn't gonna fuck me over again. We got rid of it. All the work I'm doing now won't be wasted. We're gonna make it to winter. We're gonna have a good playthrough. We're gonna get further than we've ever gotten. And it looks like we're gonna have to work harder than we've ever worked in order to make it happen. This seed has been highly disagreeable to the outcome I desire. It's gonna make it feel extra damn good when, you know, when we get around the seed and get it done anyway. Anyway, let's eat these 5 field mushrooms right here. Delete this shovel. Put our chest on the ground. Deposit our berries in it. We have some inventory space opened up now. Oh yeah. That's exactly why we just did all that. Grab these. There isn't another boar out around here, is there? Not that I can see right away. Anyway, let's get home with what we have. We're gonna have to immediately go out again once we're home. Basically, we're going there to deposit what isn't necessary, and then we have to head back out so that I can start my charcoal pit. And then we're gonna have to pan. Search for limestone. That whole mountain is actually bauxite and limestone. And we have limestone beneath our feet. See, there's limestone right here. It's one of the reasons I fought so hard to keep this playthrough, even though like every other parameter about our spawn was really unlucky. But the limestone, we spawned right next to it. That's why I knew I had to make this spawn work somehow. Yeah. Deposit the clay in there. We'll need that later. Turnip seeds go in here. Put these medium hides in there. The meat. All right, let's make some food. And to get started, we'll make spelt porridge with blackberries. Where the hell's my other cooking pot? I must have put it inside this. Yeah. All right, there we go. All right. We now have a surplus reserve of available food. That's good, really good news. Let's put that there. Deposit the resin. We have a whole bunch of sticks. Don't need to worry about the sticks for our clay forming with all this shit. We'll come back tonight and get it done. Deposit those. Now we're going to set up our charcoal pit. Probably going to need more wood for it, but for now, let's grab this. Deposit the bony soil right here. We have to wait for our meal, but then we can go. Once this is done. I gotta piss. I will be right back. All right, we're back. Now let's... Oh, yes. Finally. Fucking food, buddy. Let's eat. And let's get out there. I'm gonna need a new shovel. All right, so let's see here. How much are we sitting on? I could make a pretty massive setup for charcoal with what we have right now. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I would need 6 more wood, but that's okay. Yeah, let's go set up what we can. That walnut tree really did a good job of covering our needs. We'll put it right here. Looks like a good spot. All right, keep it going. There's our axe right here. We are gonna need a little bit more wood, but we'll get it. Okay, so I need 24 firewood, 28 technically, because I have to put another fire on top of it. So that means we're gonna need 7 more wood. Let's get it. Over here, we got some trees. Oh yeah, let's turn our volume back up now that we're not listening to the sweet sound of my starvation. And let's cut this fucker down right here, but we are gonna need another axe. I'll eat right after we cut this tree down. Glorious. Okay, let's go. I'll eat on the way back. Beautiful. That's a respectably sized one for so early. All right, now I need to dry grass. So that is a charcoal pit. Let's light it. There we go. It's ready. We fucking got it. Massive amount of charcoal coming in. Now let's take all of our clay vessels. Hell, our clay everything, really. All right, we got to put our... Oh, shit. I don't even have that chest on my back. I must have left it back at home. All right, fair enough. But I think I can take everything if I keep my torches in my offhand. Take all of our clayware home. Yeah, it looks like we got all of it. We're good. And the charcoal hut, it's working. Now all we gotta do is finish producing our bee shit, and then it's straight fucking metallurgy. Straight metallurgy. I could even pivot right now and work on the metallurgy anyway. Hello, old fart. We are doing good today, buddy. We are doing good. We finally got our feet off the ground, but you know what? This seed did not do us any favors. We had to fight tooth and nail to get settled here. Tooth and nail. This was a horrible spawn, but we're managing. Hell, I dare venture to say we're doing damn fine considering the seed that we got. And it was one of those seeds where it's gonna be a really good mid to late game, but a really shitty early game. So, yeah. How are you doing, old fart? Let's lay out our storage. And now we can really start to organize here. Okay, yeah, our storage situation, our storage problems are non-existent now. We're good. We have no enemy spawning weak points. Let's grab that, strap it to our back, and let's do the rest of the clay forming that we have to do. Get it over with. You're doing well so far, eh? That's what I like to hear. This is the one, old fart. This is the one. This is the playthrough that we actually, well, let's cross our fingers. I'm not a knock on wood kind of guy. I like to believe in my success. So this is the playthrough where we're gonna basically get to play it until I get bored. This is the one. This is the one where I survived for like 4 years. Okay, it's happening. This is the one right here. The magical one. This is the journey to end all journeys. The adventure to end all adventures. We almost have all of our ceramic hives done. At which point, we're just gonna have to do our honey pots. All right, now we can do the speed completion on all of them. Looks like I missed this one though, hang on. Hey, if you say it every time, one day you'll be right. I like that, buddy. I like that a lot. Shot at steel. Damn straight, Justin. And I concur, Chris. I concur. We're gonna make it, buddy. We're gonna make it. We're gonna get to steel. We are gonna get there. We have bauxite here. We no longer have the wild card of player-made ruins to throw a wrench in our plans. It should have been the last series. In my defense, it should have been the last one, but that Better Ruins mod and the added danger that it posed was enough to ruin it. So, a great mod. Amazing fucking mod. I just wish they didn't go overboard putting extremely dangerous monster spawns in said ruins, right? Like, if only it was the better ruins and not the worse creatures. Yeah, but it is what it is. This time, I'm gonna use everything I've learned in all of my prior playthroughs, and we're gonna try to go the distance. I will prevent cave-ins while mining. Everything. We're just gonna be so fucking careful, buddy. So careful. I have learned how to prevent cave-ins while mining. 99% of the time. And I have learned how to stay alive during temporal storms and how to get everything done. I've learned how to explore for resources and find what we need. This is the time. I've even learned how to build a really nice house. Yeah, this is the one. I can feel it. This is the one. I don't believe in positive vibes. I believe in trying hard enough until you finally win against the tide of a repressive period of many losses. That's it. It ain't about positive vibes. It's about the grit to persist through failure after failure until one day you have not failed. And then you realize that everything that you thought was a failure was actually just another brick in the glorious edifice of your eventual success. Oh, that was great. That was glorious. Yes. Precisely. Indubitably. Quite. Yes. Of course. All right, let's grab the rest of our clay. We have one more stack. It does look like 8 stacks of clay is the magic number. Well, 8 double stacks. We have double stacks of clay. Okay, I am happy to say that as of this moment, all of the ceramic hives are finally done, and all we have to do is the honey pots. All right, there we go. That's all 16 of them laid out. Now we just gotta build them. And we're gonna do it the same way that we always do. Bit by bit, like this, we're gonna go to each one and do it one phase at a time so that we have to switch modes with the clay forming as little as possible. And now that we have a good stockpile of mushrooms, berries, and even some meat, I won't have to worry about hunger for a good long time while we get all this last stuff done. And if all goes well, it's what, the 1st of June? We'll have all this stuff firing and preparing, and then we'll have 3 days to try and locate bronze, make our anvil, craft our saw, and then subsequently our bucket and our farm plots. It's coming. It's coming. Year 100, here we go, buddy. And I agree, we do need to get more fucking mod creators in our community. That would be very, very awesome. If we had people who were just as passionate about the game as we were, who like, you know, if they wanted to revamp terrain generation or rebalance certain things, make patches for existing mods like Better Ruins without the monster spawns, buddy. Yeah, I prefer doing it this way, honestly. I've learned that you don't want to do it one clay product at a time. You want to lay out all of them, and then do it like step by step on each one. So I'm going to do the step 1 clay forming task of all 16 of these, and then I'll do the step 2 on all of them, and then the step 3. That way you spend less time pressing F and changing the mode, right? I'm gonna eat in a second. Over time, I have gotten better at squeezing more and more things into that time period between May 1st and June 15th, or June 5th. I have. Like, I've gotten better and better, more and more refined at the early game. We've already found our bees, our skeps are already being populated, like, we already have all of our clay stuff, right? We have 2 copper mines that we found. That was just a spot of good fortune. There was no guarantee there. Yeah, things are good. All right, now we go to each one, we do this. And then we'll be able to do duplicate layer for the next part on all of them, which will be considerably faster than this. You finished making 26 clay skeps yesterday? Oh my god, dude. Are you talking like 26 hives and 26 honeypots? Did you seriously do 26 and 26? Because I'm here doing 16 and 16, and I feel like I'm getting osteoporosis and shit. I don't know, like I'm getting arthritis in the joints. What coffee am I on? Technically coffee 3. Yeah, coffee 3, but it's like 6 p.m. now. I don't think I'm having another coffee. God, buddy, that's rough. Yeah, see, you get it. You get it. You fully comprehend what I go through every time I set this up. And what's funny is I always end up with way too much honey. The problem is, I haven't gotten to see yet how much honey I need in a winter. So it's possible I could make do with just like 8 ceramic hives, right? Instead of 16, but I don't know yet. And I always err on the side of excess first so that I know I'll have enough to make it through winter with just honey. All right, duplicate layer. Zuzi and I started watching this show last night. We watched like the first 4 episodes of it. It's called The Bear. And it's about like this high profile chef who's like masterfully trained. But his brother died and his brother left the restaurant to him in the will. And it was like a shitty restaurant. And he's charged with the task of like restoring it or like making it good, right? That show is really good. It just also is really stressful. So far in the first 4 episodes that Zuzi and I watched, everybody's always fighting. It's really crass. There's always yelling and talking over each other in the show. It's not easy to get through. I wonder if dysfunction is the whole vibe of the show or if the characters eventually simmer down and, you know, if the drama eventually becomes less yelly. God, you tend to believe that the honey pots will be quicker because they're smaller, but honestly, this is just as much work as the fucking ceramic hives are. Takes a lot. Oh. Yeah, it looks to me like 8 stacks of clay, technically 16 in vanilla, is the perfect number for everything I need. Everything, from the 16 ingot molds to all of the different, like, tool molds and stuff, and all of my bee items. Like, it's 8 stacks of clay. All right. Now, it is theoretically possible that I could take all this stuff, but I'm gonna have to empty that, carry that on my back, and use it to transport things. Yeah, we'll drop that right there. And then let's grab all these. I need 3 more slots open to me. So, we'll deposit the axe, the shovel, and one of our spears. And then I take this, I put it on my back, and we can take all these as well. There we go. Let's take it all down there. I am slower. I have a walk speed of 94. I'm not used to being that slow, but this is nice. Being able to strap this shit to my back and carry it all in one go, really useful. Let's eat. And we're probably gonna do what we did last time. I'm gonna bake it all and harden all of these ceramic bee products, and then we're gonna swap these bee products out in the creative menu for the dark brown ones, right? Everything we make is dark brown. Dark brown ceramic bowl, dark brown pot of porridge. I don't like having the bee items be different and end up red, right? I think, if I'm not mistaken, that they end up that way because of how the game used to be, but the mod hasn't been updated since that, so. All right. Let's waterproof these. And now let's put that on the ground. All right. I'm happy to say, as far as the sticks go, like, we're probably fine, you know? I really don't need that many sticks on top of what we already have. I will need a bunch of dry grass, but I mean, that's whatever, right? Dry grass is everywhere and really quick to get. 32 of those is gonna require 320 dry grass though, so we better get busy. I already have enough peat, I think. All right, let's go back. Eight times 32. What is that? Well, 8 times 10 is 80. And then that times 3 is 240. And then... and then 2 is 16. I don't know. I can't do this. I'm too tired. Calculator. 8 times... 32. I need 256 sticks. We already have that. Okay. Let's make more bandages. I can't make many, but I can make some. Here we go. And let's make myself a couple of knives. We're probably gonna need a couple. Grab that, stick it on my back. Wait, is it empty? Here, 3, 4, grab that. All right. We are gonna have to make more food. I'll do it now. Okay. Let's eat. Make the knives that we know we're gonna need. Beautiful part about the dry grass, we can get it anywhere. I can do that work here at home while our soup cooks. I think I have to like log out of the game. I'm getting these very brief frame drops. They're probably hard for you guys to see, but I am getting them. I think I am gonna... I'll finish gathering my dry grass and then I'll do a quick close down of the game and reopen it. Do a data dump, you know? We've had a lot going on for quite a while. I'm glad that we have both Heather and Dwarf Furzy here, because those are the flowers we're going to use to adorn our beekeeping area and make it look nice. It will be really satisfying and fulfilling over time to watch this place grow, knowing just how much work was required in the early game. Yeah, we had to work so much harder, you know, so much harder than we wanted to with a seed like this, but we'll have a better mid and late game because of it. Yeah, we'll get 3 full stacks of dry grass, and that's more than enough. We already have enough sticks. I'm thinking by nightfall, I'll definitely have that stuff producing. There we go. Beautiful. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 full stacks. We got it. We're gonna have some dry grass to spare after this, which is nice. Now, let's go set up the bulk of that. Let's grab our food first. And then start preparing the next batch of whatever we want to eat. Don't really have much berries for more porridge, but I can do this though. I can... maybe I can. Let's find out if you can mix berries and mushrooms into a porridge. I hope so. Yep. Okay, good. All right, that's cooking. Let's seal up the pantry. Now, 32 times 4 is easy. Fucking 64 times 2, 128. It's actually just 2 full towers of this. There we go. Our charcoal will be done at any time. looks like we got a little bit of rainfall happening right now. Only up there, actually. All right. There we go. 2 full stacks of sticks, and that is done. Add the peat. All right, let's get it all lit. This is all of our beekeeping ceramics. All of it. Finally getting done. We're probably gonna have to deal with some lag spikes while all this shit is going. The more of these you have, it does seem like the more it tanks your FPS performance, which is fine. I'll still log out of the game and log back in to do a little bit of a data dump. I don't really like the look of that wolf over there. Yeah, that should be immune to fire spread. Should be. And as I thought, we should have them all lit before nightfall. Now I need to make my panning shelter, and we need to get enough enough copper to start mining, which is simple enough. It looks like the charcoal finished while we were here. All right. Let's grab up all this shit now that it's done. Wow, we lost a lot of this charcoal for whatever reason. I don't really know what causes you to lose it. It might just be a normal byproduct of making it. But yeah, we lost an entire block. 8 coal is gone from over there. All right, let's make another shovel. I have food back at base. We might go a little hungry before we get there and grab it, but yeah, we cooked a new batch of porridge. All right, we almost got 2 full stacks of charcoal from that, almost. It's a shame that we had so much of it burn up. I don't really think there is a way to stop that from happening, unfortunately, but we have 116 charcoal. It counts for something. Now I need to build a panning shelter. And we're gonna have to build it over here near this lake. I don't really think I have any other water closer to where my base is. It's gonna have to be over here. All right, so I stand here. I need a chest right there, and then the wall right here. We are about to get hungry, but I do have 4 cranberries on me to sort of stave that off briefly. Okay. Let's make the wattle fence gate. Put that there. All right. Yeah, we should have everything we need now. It's built. We can even, you know, like spend a Temporal Storm in there or whatever. As long as I spawn-proof it, just to be safe. There is water running down the hill, yeah, but then I have to listen to the sound of the flowing water the whole time I pan, and yeah, it's a thing. I'd rather stand in still water. All right, here we are. Let's grab our pan. Also grab and delete our fire starter. I don't imagine we're gonna need that. Okay. Collect our porridge. Deposit our surplus materials. Dry grass. Okay, let's go start panning. It's definitely time. I'm gonna make a ceramic fat bowl. We need that. Make a tool rack. Help us to store some items while we do our panning. And then I need one of these to use as like a panning storage container. Yeah. I could just use the one on my back. Yeah, we'll do that. Although, keeping that on my back is the best option, right? Yeah, okay. Because then it's a backpack that we always have if we need it. Let's eat, and let's get down there and start panning. I'm not quite sure how much copper nuggets we have. I think we have 25. In fact, I can check remotely by just looking at my stream footage. 2 seconds ago, I was inside that chest depositing my charcoal, so. I appreciate that, Susanna Banana. Thank you very much, sweetie. I'm gonna bring home the bacon. And you gonna cook it. All right, we have 22. That means I need 18 nuggets. Put that down right here. Block that up. Put down our tool rack right there. Store our tools to save on space. Put the chest right here. And we now have a fully functional, essentially spawn-proofed area. Let's get those 18 copper nuggets. Damn straight you were, Chris. You show fealty to your lord. Fucking loyalty. Yes. Alright. We already got a native copper nugget. Hopefully the other 17 happen just as quickly. Nice. There's another one. I'm gonna eat again. Try to get some of that juicy hunger freeze. Let's stay still for like 4 seconds. Hopefully I can get the fucking 4 times reduced hunger rate thing going on. There's water running down the hill, running down the building. Panning. There's panning settings. What the hell is saturation per layer? I don't know, but I'm gonna reduce the time. Fuck yeah, 1 second per layer? Hell yeah, dude. And let's turn off the smithing as well. Disable the smithing. Oh my god. Look at that. That is, oh wow. How have I never done this before? Oh man, Napsters for panning is sick. Alright, that's a little too much. Napster GUI. Panning, we'll put it up to like 2 seconds instead of 1. Half the time, okay? We'll do half the time on the panning. Oh, saturation is hunger cost? Okay, so we'll just leave that at default then. Thank you. It does feel kind of weird to be panning this fast, though. Honestly, it's weird. I'm not gonna change the panning. You know, we'll benefit from having that brief period where it was faster, but we're gonna stick to the default of 4 seconds. Yeah, 4 seconds. Panning is supposed to be unbearable, and you're supposed to be grateful when it's finally over. And honestly, I kind of like the noise of the panning. All right, we're halfway done with the copper nuggets required. I'm looking for copper nuggets, Scott. We need to get copper nuggets, 18 of them, in fact. And then after that, I'll be able to make my first pickaxe and hammer, and we can start mining. And with the copper pickaxe and hammer that we make, we're gonna get more copper, and with that copper, I'll have backup prospectors picks and pickaxes while we seek out cassiterite for the Tin Bronze Age. We're behind on schedule. I don't think I'm gonna be able to have my crops growing by the 5th of June as I typically hope to do. That depends entirely on how lucky we get with the cassiterite location, right? If it takes me a few days to find cassiterite, it'd be far from ideal. Hopefully we locate it just fine. No headaches, no harm, no foul. We need 8 more copper. Iron's pretty easy to find. You just have to prospect for it with the prospector's pick. But it's the processing of iron, that's where the real work is. You gotta make fire clay through calcined flint. All that. I'm gonna counter your unpopular opinion de facto with the fact that you need metalworking in order to get the saw, you need the saw to get the bucket, you need the bucket to build your farm as big as you want it. You could do what I used to do where you build your farm into an existing body of water, but then that limits like where you can put it, right? If you want to put your farm where, like exactly where you want it, you need the bucket. That requires the Copper Age. I hope we get lucky and get a whole bunch of copper, like, back to back, because this is painful. We're, like, so close yet so far. I need 6 more. And then I can move on to the bigger and better things. Oh, that's 13 out of 18. $14, nice. We got more than enough clear quartz for making lanterns later. $15 copper. 16. Oh, thank God. Yeah, we got a whole bunch back to back. I'm not recycling the same sand, no. I have more blocks of sand on my tool belt, as you can see down here. I put down a sand block, and then I sift through the sand block. And then when that one's depleted, I put down another sand block and I sift through that one. Anyway, we now have all the copper that we need. We got all of it. And if we're lucky, this will be the last time we ever have to pan. It'll just be obsolete from this point forward. I'll leave the panning shelter here exactly as it is, though. Because we are going to have bony soil. I actually managed to get a copper spearhead, which is pretty cool. That's a good weapon. Let's grab up everything off the tool rack and then collect the tool rack. All right, and let's deposit the shit that we don't really care about in here. All right, let's go. I'll grab that. I'm gonna need it for mining anyway. Hello, gamer fam. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? Are you off work? Are you feeling better? Are you still, like, dealing with the fever thing, or is that all past and good now? All right, let's grab our crucible. Grab that. Deposit the clear quartz in here. We'll put the tool rack right there for now. Put the crucible down. Preheat with peat. As one does. Let's get it lit. All right, now I need to make a pair of tongs, which we already have the rope for. Got it? And then I need the molds for the pickaxe and the hammer. And while we wait for that to finish, I will gather some dirt. Yeah, we're gonna have to like pick areas to clear for our farms and shit. I'm thinking right here might be okay. Definitely gonna be a lot of terraforming required in a place like this. Finally all passed. Missed work all week, eh? Well, you missed out maybe on the money as well, but you know what? The time off. Yeah, are you still gonna like, do you have a few days to spend at home not sick? Like, can you enjoy some time off? Let's break this. Unobstruct the view. Okay. Now let's go check on the smelting task. Done. So we now have our hammer and pickaxe crafted. We just have to wait for them. And I'm gonna go ahead and make more food. Okay. Let's eat. Make more rammed earth. We'll need it. And while that's cooking and while the metal is cooling, we have to continue clearing an area that is going to serve as the site of our bees and farms. It looks like this is the flattest, most easily terraformable plot of land right here. Let's cut this fucker down. You're doing a lot better, eh? Fuck. That sucks, dude. You get really sick and then you gotta go back to work right as soon as you're okay. The government needs its tax dues, but you know what? I hope that you can have some time off soon there, fam. Okay. Do you have any like vacation days that you could cash in on? I got a couple of tinder hoof mushrooms. I think I'm just gonna eat those. Maybe we'll put them in the pantry. They really don't amount to much, but they're something, right? Let's seal it up. Still soft copper in there. We have new food that we'll take after. Once we've used up all of this. Hey, sweetie pie.
Hey, honey, I wanted to ask you if you... Stirred my husband upstairs. Well, on the floor.
I might have to pass. Things are going really good. I'm entering the copper age right now. I got a lot going on. And I'm not really in a mind place to want to stop, you know? Okay. Yeah. I'm in a flow, exactly, yeah.
I respect that.
All right, thank you, sweetie. I love you very much. I'm sorry, but I'll make it up to them at one point. Yeah. After all, like there's, you know, they're happy to see everybody else. I'm not really. I'm like a side character, you know?
No, you're not. You're part of the family, and you're everywhere.
Well, indeed. Put that there. I'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit if you change.
All right. Put another torch right there, and then one right here, and one right here. All right, the base is spawn-proofed with, I would say, as few torches as possible. That's still soft copper. We can't make any tools out of it yet. Let's deposit the wood in here. I mean, that's our next batch of charcoal that we're getting done ahead of time. Okay. Medium fertility soil. We'll use that to fill in some gaps here. All right, we're gonna need more sticks. I also need to cut down more trees, but I'm thinking I'm not gonna gather sticks the way that we did before. No, instead I'm actually gonna focus on getting the shears because that's the fastest way to get it all done, right? For now, I'm gonna grab a bunch of this dirt here. And once our copper is sufficiently cooled, then we're gonna go grab some of the loose copper that we found, like the surface copper veins, right? Once our tools are finished hardening. Make one more shovel. I see some blueberries right there. Let's eat. We have another cooking pot with 6 servings of vegetable porridge, mushroom porridge, and we're gonna take that mining with us. I don't know how much mining I can get done before day's end, but I'm gonna want my fences to be 12 blocks apart on both sides, because the maximum greenhouse size is 14 by 14. Maybe I can mark out those dimensions early. Okay. That's one plot. Fuck, so much terraforming to do, eh? All right. It is important to remember that we're going to have to swap a whole bunch of this with medium fertility soil, but we'll do that after. All right, it's time for us to go mining. We did a little bit of work on what's going to be the area where all that shit is. And with just a little bit more dirt right here, I could have one of the plots right there. We're gonna need 4 fucking plots. Yeah, we're not on flat ground here. It's not very easy to figure out a place like this, but we'll do whatever we have to do to figure it out. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and eat these. Grab that. Put that in there. Again, I fucking love that I can actually open my inventory while I have the campfire open now. That's a terrific fucking change. God bless that mod. Clearly other people were having the same problem I was when they remapped their inventory key to tab. Let's hang up the hammer. We now have the pickaxe. We can go get some shit, get our first copper, and commence our metallurgy journey. Let's go. Looks like all of our B shit is finally done, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna swap all that shit out with brown ceramic stuff. We'll use the creative menu to do that later. I don't want that red shit. It doesn't make sense to have red when everything else turns out black or brown. Yeah, we got the reed chest on our back, so anytime I need more storage, I can plop that down and fill it with items. Looks like there's bauxite underground over there. Not that we need it right now. Anyway, we have 2 copper veins that we can clear out with our first pickaxe. It'll help. Oh, beautiful. Even when you have 15% reduced range damage, you can still kill a fucking chicken in one hit with a throw. Alright. Suavite stones. That's meteoric iron right there, which is pretty crazy. Let's mark this. We'll get a chance to check on the bees while we're here too, and see just how many skeps have managed to fill themselves in our absence. We might even, we might encounter that glitch that we got before, but if so, whatever. We'll deal with it. All right. Get down to the stone layer and let's begin. We gotta try to uncover the copper wherever it may be. And we need the dirt for terraforming anyway, so it's double benefit. Make another shovel. There we go. All right, we found the copper. Surprising cave-in. I wasn't expecting that to happen. I guess there might have been like cracked conglomerate over there. Let's eat. Oh, fuck it, I'll keep those cranberries, but let's drop that. Put the chest right there, fill it up. And we're gonna find more of these copper pieces. I may as well not deposit those. We'll put the white current and the axe in there. Strap that to our back. With the copper that we get from this, buddy, that's going to fuel our efforts while we try to find cassiterite and additional copper. That's what we need it for. There's more in there. Let's break this. Get a peek behind it. Okay. All right, let's eat. Don't see any more back there, nor up here. We may be concluded with this vein. Well, I think so. Yeah, let's get out of here. Yeah. Pretty sure we're done here. But the gains have been great. We got a lot done today. Just this morning, we were still panning for fucking copper nuggets, and now we're digging for copper itself. All right. So the bees are over here. Let's go see how many skeps managed to populate before the game started bugging out and it stopped working. What the hell? None of them populated? Population size is apparently still poor. I don't really, you know... The population size of this one is large, but it looks like this one isn't spreading. Right? It doesn't say when it's gonna spread. That, my friends, is a byproduct of the Golden Combs mod being broken. Unfortunately, the Of Golden Combs mod, it adds a lot, but it breaks a lot. So you have to compensate with creative mode. I always knew that. That's why I said what I just said, like, what's broken? How many did it do before it broke? It looks like that's our answer. Really not that much. Let's seek out the other copper vein and harvest it while we're here. So we're just gonna we'll be able to creative mode in all the populated skeps that we need in order to fill the ceramic hives. And hopefully the From Golden Combs creator fixes it eventually, you know? Fucking hell, it's really dark. Here we go. Okay. So I left a little waypoint marker here to indicate where it is. I have to run straight this way, apparently. Alright. We got him to leave us alone. It should be like right through here somewhere. Let's go back out to where our marker was. The dumbass wolf kind of turned us around a little bit. Right here. Yo, right here. All right. Let's seal ourselves in and let's get searching. Oh, wow. We came down right on top of it. Beautiful. I don't know, buddy. I don't know. My skeps just don't populate. And it doesn't even have the tooltip on there where it says how long before they spread, right? It doesn't even give me the tooltip. Indicating, like, will spread in 2 days. It doesn't even bother doing that for me. So I don't know, buddy. It must be a conflict with another mod that I'm using that maybe you aren't using. That's the only thing I can think of that it might be. This is a fat fucking copper vein. Nice. Okay, let's continue uncovering the entirety of its dimensions. Which is proving difficult. We're gonna need another shovel. I'm not about to complain that I found too much copper, though. Can you imagine how annoying this would be if I had soil instability turned on? And how many cave-ins would have happened around our base location, making the area, like, completely ugly and undesirable? Yeah, the problem is, like, the skeps that I place down, Toast, they instantly go from populated to harvestable before they have a chance to spread. And I've seen other people have that glitch too. It's like, it's in the comments of the Golden Combs mods, just they can't or won't fix it, I guess. All right, let's eat. And let's mine. But let's make sure we spawn-proof this area. Fuck that. I closed myself in here. It's still pretty sus that he's out there clearly trying to reach us right now. Yeah, that's fucked. Oh man, and it's really dark too. It won't be easy to leave here safely, man. Yeah, this sucks. Okay. We got out safely. There's a trader right here. Treasure hunter, I'm pretty sure. Here it is. All right. Now, not 100% on where my base is, but I think it's over there. Really, really shitty weather we got right now. Yeah, maybe I'll just go back to that trader's place and sleep. Like, we're pretty much being forced into it because of the rain. I have a little bit of visibility. I'm pretty sure that's where my base is over there. Let's eat. Put that down. All right. Grab it, put it on our back. Let's go. Well, I can't really see now, but there is this. I think over there, yeah. We were able to get a substantial amount of copper for additional prospectors' picks and mining pickaxes. Yeah. I recognize that cliff. We're almost home. Holy shit. I might want to plug up that hole before the worst case happens, right? I never did get a chance to mark this. Now that the wolves are gone, I'll do it. Of course, now it starts getting brighter. Now that we know where home is, it's 2:45 and the sun's coming. Ain't that always the way it just goes? We're gonna need a shitload of medium fertility soil, but for now, cassiterite. Big time cassiterite. I'm trying real hard to meet my deadline of the 5th for planting our crops. I'm trying. Be real nice if we could pull that off. Maybe get the bees done by the 10th. Hang on. From golden combs. Populate. Yeah, they become harvestable instantly after populating. Is that intentional? Yeah, well, it looks like the mod has been largely abandoned lately. Couldn't tell you why, but we'll just, again, like I said, we'll just use creative mode to cover the neglect. Cover for the neglect. All right. Grab the red meat. We'll eat that. Let's grab the hammer, crack these open after I've deposited some shit. We have more dirt for terraforming. Deposit the resin. All right, 249 copper. Prospecting pick. Yeah, we don't need that much. We just need 60 units. Right, well, 300 units, 60 nuggets. All right, preheat with Pete. I don't know, buddy. It must have to do with, like, another mod. You know why it's doing it to me and not to you, de facto? It's because I'm black. My man, it's because I am black. That's it. From golden combs? More like from golden cotton fields, because it's racist as fuck. Alright, let's put the copper hammer down. We don't need that for now. And let's deposit our surplus copper nuggets. All right, let's grab the charcoal. I think 2 is more than enough to complete that batch. And we'll work on terraforming the terrain. Getting it ready for our farms. Oh, yeah. I need that. Okay, there we go. Everything's deposited. I have my axe, a bunch of dirt. Let's get busy. That oak tree is gonna take a while to get out of the way, but I'll do this one. Now, let's extend the ground here. And then that is the edge. That's the edge. All right, let's eat. Go check on the smelting job. Done. Grab that. Pour our new tools. I will make another hammer, another pickaxe, and a prospecting pick, which will help us to find cassiterite with any luck. Put that back on the rack. And let's make a new shovel. Okay, we got a good border right there. We'll have to get rid of that tree later. These trees. It's a big fucker right there. Let's make another axe and let's take care of these. The oak tree I can't do until I have bronze, like my shears, right? Okay. Got that cut down. So, that's 1, 2 plots out of 4. Fucking hell. Let's keep going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Pole right there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right there. That's another crop plot slash beekeeping area. Hey, what the fuck are you doing? Hi. It's funny as shit. It just like ran up to me and then stopped. Maybe it was getting chased by something, but... It doesn't look like I can instigate any aggression out of it. There we go. Nice. All right. I just got myself a deer. Let's get out here to the open plain where I can actually deal with it. Beautiful. I wasn't expecting that hunt. That was very fortunate. Right on, Triro. Right on, buddy. You woke up in the right place. Look at that, the algorithm doing you a solid. Welcome. All right, let's deposit this shit in here. Put the wood in there. Animal fat. Red meat. We got quite a lot of food available. Let's eat those white currant berries. We're not likely to find anything we can do with that, nor those turnips. I could cook those turnips with the red meat, actually. We'll hang on to those. These are good for porridge. Let's put the large hides in there. Eat these white currant berries. That copper is still soft. We can't do anything with it yet. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and that's where the corner post goes. Yo, there's another deer over there. I should totally try to bring that thing down. All right, make another shovel. Another sleeper. A new hand touches the beacon. Oh, man. Yeah, we've had a lot of people wake up in this stream. A lot of people wake up in this stream and then they just become a part of the community. They like the general vibe. They're like, hell yeah, I'll stick around. Maybe that could be you, buddy. What, do you like video games, or are you just completely out of your element in a space like this? If you like video games, then buddy, you're here for a reason. Vintage Story calls out to you. Where'd that... There it is. Let's try to hunt this fucker down. I'm kind of hoping this deer might go aggressive, just like the last one did. That was very fucking convenient. Oh? No. Okay. Motherfucker, I missed with all three. Epic skills. All right, yeah, we're gonna take a little break and hunt this fucker down. Oh my god. I'm gonna miss all of them again. Bro. Oh, you butt fucking son of a bitch. I can't hit the broadside of a fucking barn, guy. I can't do it. Oh yeah, you like that? Hey, all right, we got aggression. We've induced its aggression. We can now actually just fight it. Let's go to this flat part of the land right here. Got it. That was beautifully clumsy and ridiculous to watch, but we got it. You do like video games, eh? Right on. Hey, we've been in the market for somebody to get into Vintage Story who has a modding background. Might be able to help us. We have a community server, in fact. So, like, as you watch this game, if it looks like the kind of thing that you would enjoy, coming from a Minecraft background, I can't see, if not, like, how it wouldn't, right? Then, buddy, maybe you could call this community home. We need a modder. We need someone with modding skills in the community. You might just be our guy. Huh? This game is extraordinary. You should just sort of look up some videos tonight whenever you have time. Tonight, tomorrow, weekend, whatever. you should look at some of the mechanics of Vintage Story and see if those mechanics speak to you as something that can be really fucking fun for you to play. Look at the smithing. Yeah, if you look up smithing and you see how the entire smithing process works, you might be blown away by it, buddy. Join us. Drink the Kool-Aid. We have beer and titties and racist jokes. Do it. I shit you not. I made a joke about a cotton field like 20 minutes ago. Nil Hero is a great choice for that, yeah. And there's also, what's it called? Copper something. He's got like those educational videos where he kind of goes over mechanics. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and this is where we need the post marker to be. Okay, I'm happy to say we've laid out the foundation for our 3 crop plots and the beekeeping area. Now we can try to get all this shit set up. Yeah, we have the post markers laid out. At this point, our copper tools are definitely, well, cooled, and we need to set out in search of cassiterite in order to have a possibility of making bronze tools. So that is our mission, should we choose to accept it, which we already did long ago. Let's put these flowers in here. We'll need them when it comes time to set up the beekeeping area. And let's make more substantial meals for these mining trips. Yeah, it's time for us to cook again anyway. We need some very nourishing food for this. So let's see here. All right, I can make 5 servings of hefty red meat stew. That's gonna take a while to cook though. We might want to set out with our prospector's pick and try to get some readings like right now. Just around the area, see what we can divulge. Yeah. Oh, hey, I still have the raw poultry as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 4, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We'll figure it out later. For now, we gotta set out in search of cassiterite. Let's hang this on the wall. A backup hammer already. Let's go. We gotta get some readings. So we're gonna do long-range distance mode searches. And we're gonna try to uncover cassiterite ore. This is a very realistic version of Minecraft, yeah, extremely so. The mechanics have far more intricacy and depth to them. While I have you here, I'll show you the process for making a stone tool. So you have to put a stone down. I have a flint. I have a stack of flint here. Let's say I want to make a... Let's make a new shovel. So I have a mod. I'm going to disable that mod so that you can actually see how the napping works. Yeah, we're gonna disable that, save the changes. So this is how it works. I have to actually use a stone on this stone in order to carve out the shape of the tool that I want. Now I have a shovel head, and then I have to attach that to the stick, right? It requires that extra level of like user input in order to make the tool. And if that's how hard it is to just make a stone tool, imagine what mechanics go into like smithing and metallurgy, right? I mean, God, you gotta find clay, you gotta shape clay, like you have to shape an anvil mold, a bunch of tool molds, ingot molds, and then you have to create pit kilns to fire and harden those clay products. And then after you have the hardened clay products, you have to pan through sand to get your first copper nuggets. With those, you melt them in a crucible, clay crucible. In order to get molten metal, you gotta create a pair of tongs, pour the molten metal into the molds, get your first tools, which allow you to actually mine for resources. It's a vibe, buddy. It's a whole ass vibe. There is so much to unpack here. All right, let's enable the napping again. And let's find a place where I can get an easy reading. Maybe just like right here. Let's see what's directly under our house. Short distance mode. Oh, look at that, man. Fucking cassiterite, 31 blocks away. That's beautiful. We already fucking found cassiterite. It's not exactly close, but it is something I can go get. "25 blocks away." We seem to be coming straight down on top of it now. I'm gonna have to find a way around this quartz. Fuck. That could be harder than I thought. It kind of sucks that we hit quartz. It's just like a barrier between us and where we need to go. So what we'll do, I'll dig out that way. Get a reading. Cassiterite is 23 blocks away over there. Get another reading. 26. All right, we're going this way. It's closer to the vein than that way is. We have to reach the edge of this quartz, though, which is gonna prove a lot harder than we want it to be. This is kind of annoying. Eventually, we will need all this limestone, but yeah, this sucks. There's gotta be a way to get through this fucking quartz field here. Haven't put it down since, eh, de facto? Right on. I can't dig through the quartz, Luminox. You need a tier 3 pickaxe. Copper pickaxe is only tier 2, right? So I'm shit out of luck. Can't do it. God damn it. You know what? I'm just gonna go down from a different place. I'm wasting so much of my pickaxe durability here. What if I go this way? You know what? All right. I don't want to cause a cave-in here. That's the problem. I'm gonna make some structural support beams so that I can avoid causing a cave-in. Yeah. There's a lone bush near some ferns. That's gonna indicate where my mine is. Yeah, in order to do this safely, I'm gonna cover my ass here. So let's 8 birch logs right there. I need an axe and this hammer. We're gonna strip these logs to make, yeah, debarked birch logs. And then I'm gonna hang this up. Our meat stew is finally done. Let's take it. And with these, I can make structural support beams. Ah, but that requires a saw. See, I knew there was something missing. And we can't get a saw yet. So we're shit out of luck, man. We gotta go with this, even though it's gonna be, like, dangerous. Oh, buddy, I hate this. Coming down on top of that quartz was a major buzzkill. Anyway, hang on. Either way, this is what's ahead of us. This is what we have to do. So we can either complain or we can find a way to get it done. I don't think you can actually break the quartz. No, you can't break it. I'm pretty sure it requires a level 3 pickaxe to actually break. Yeah, see, it doesn't make any progress. All right. This really sucks. Because essentially the game's putting me in a position where I have to dig the ceiling, or I have to go higher, tunnel to the side, and then come back down. None of these options are good options. All right, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go up. Break that. Move this. And we're just gonna go that way. And then we'll try to go down again. But, God, I just hope that there's not, like, a crazy amount. You know what? Fuck this. What am I doing? Yeah, we're gonna go all the way up. I'm gonna put that right there. We're gonna head this way where the reading got larger. And we're gonna go down right here. Swayvite impact rock. Cassiterite 31 blocks away. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. Let's get another reading. 25, yeah, we're still just coming down on top of it. 24, 23, 22, 21. I'm finding bauxite rock. 19, 18, let's get a reading. 20. All right, so now we have to go in a different direction. Let's get a reading over there. 21 blocks away. Now we're gonna go over here. "24 blocks away. "18 blocks away. So we get closer if we go that way. Hang on. And it says 18 blocks away whether we dig the bottom block or the top block. Fair enough. Hopefully it's a bunch of cassiterite, like a shitload of it. So previous reading was 18. What is the reading when we get all the way to the end here? Cassiterite 17 blocks away, so that's no good. Let's go over here. "14 blocks away. Okay, so we're closer over there. What about if I dig like right there? 13. Okay, so it's over here and it's slightly lower than we are. We know that for a fact. Seal that up. That'll help us to prevent cave-ins. Uh, 10 blocks away. We're getting pretty close now. We're getting pretty damn close. What is it when I go down there? 9 blocks away. So we actually have to continue descending downward. I'm gonna close that up real quick, just to make sure that monsters can't flank us from behind. No problem, Triro, no problem. It was nice to meet you. I'm glad you stumbled on in here. Maybe Vintage Story is exactly what you know, maybe if you're like seeking an upgrade from Minecraft after a while, Vintage Story would be the perfect thing. Anyway, take care for now, buddy. We'll see you in a little bit maybe, huh? Cassiterite 5 blocks away, and the lower block is 4 blocks away. My first pickaxe is almost broken, but we still have another backup one already. We get this cassiterite and we're home free, buddy. We'll be able to make our anvil out of bronze early. Get a reading right here. Cassiterite, 3 blocks away from there. Two blocks away from over there. What if I break this? Still 2 blocks away from that location. Okay, let's eat. So it's definitely not going to be below us. It's just going to be like 2 blocks to the side. Might even be slightly above us, like maybe I overcompensated coming down. We'll see. Let's get a reading right there. Cassiterite 1 block away from there, apparently. Yeah, we're like right there. Here we go. Okay, pay dirt, guys. We found bountiful tin ore. Oh yeah, we're starting to hit the mega load of pay dirt now. Let's try to use appropriate etiquette in order to prevent a cave-in from happening. Digging from the top down. And once I have a saw and I've crafted support beams, that's when we can safely harvest whatever ceiling blocks we happen to find. But I need those support beams in order for it to be truly safe to harvest the ceiling. It's wonderful fortune that we were able to find bountiful quality tin ore right beneath our home. We barely had to look at all. Our first reading said that it was 30 blocks away, and although we encountered and were impeded by the quartz vein, we still found it. We still found it, we're still doing great, and in fact that quartz vein could come in handy later. Okay, we have more up above. I can't safely harvest that until I have support pillars, though. So, I mean, for now, we're stuck trying to gather whatever is like in the walls, if anything, at all. No, it's all in the ceiling at this point. Yep. Okay, well, you know what? This should be enough. Oh, there's more over here. Never mind. Yes, let's get this. First pickaxe is now broken. We have gotten a lot. 20 units of tin each. 440 units of tin total is huge. Pretty sure every 5 ingots that I want to make, or every 5 tools, is 8 of that would be 140, 60, 80. I don't really know. I'm not going to do that math in my head. I think that's it for whatever's this way. If those ceiling rocks are all we have left to gather, then we're gonna have to call it quits for now until, you know, until we acquire the ability to do more with the saw that we will inevitably create. But now we can make that saw. We're gonna need an anvil, however. I don't know if I have enough cassiterite to make an anvil. I really have no idea. There is considerable instability over there. I don't want to cause a cave-in at all, right? Let's get done whatever we can get done with what we were able to get our hands on thus far. Maybe. Should I just take the chance on a fucking cave-in that could kill me? Kill me bloody? I don't know, buddy. I mean, if I stand far away from it, I'm at least minimizing the odds of something crazy happening. A slight minimization, right? Okay. Looks like our gamble paid off. We're now on level with pretty much all of it. Not all gambits kill you. All right. Safety squint engaged, yes. Indeed. It's always really scary when you're digging a fucking ceiling. I've been killed by cave-ins before. I know how dangerous it is, and oh, how much RNG goes into it, you know? But, you know, it paid off this time. I'll be able to get a significant sum of cassiterite. I don't know if I'll be able to clear the vein, but I will be able to greatly enrich myself with it. I'm thinking I get a stack of this shit and we should be fine. There is so much here, dude. At least our temporal stability is not decreasing. Now, I can cut a path through here. Like this. You put the blocks underneath so that the ceiling has structural support, and then you can dig out those top ones. Gonna do the same thing right here. Make a little tunnel over to that, right? And then I can move the dirt in post after the fact when it's done. All right. Caused a cave-in over there. Long as I can still find my way out of the mine. We might want to go deal with that now, though, while it's still fresh in my memory where exactly the way out was. Then we'll come back for the rest of this shit. Alright. Well, we found our way out. No harm, no foul. We're still kind of okay. Let's get this out of the way. Let's see what's on the other side. Nothing. Nothing much. Let's continue on. I think we've almost cleaned out the vein. We do need to make some support beams, dude. Like, I'm pretty scared. Things are going pretty well, right? Hopefully we don't end up getting flanked by, like, some deep drifter or something. All right. Now, short distance mode. How far are we from the nearest cassiterite? 5 blocks away. Ten blocks away, right there. 7 blocks away, right there. Nine. 6 blocks away. Wasn't it like 5 blocks away right here? Yeah, 4 blocks away right there. But it might be above us, though, is the problem. Hang on. Yeah, still 4 blocks away right there. That means that it would have to be lateral to that location, like kind of sideways, right? Two blocks away. Four blocks away from there. Or from there. So most likely, we're gonna find it around here. Right here. Just about right there. 2 blocks away from this location. 2 blocks away, whether we go up or down, means that we're most likely level with it. We just have to uncover it. Four blocks away from over there, it's gotta be over here someplace. Oh, wow. Okay, there it is. We might not get very much from this, but... yeah, it was basically just that 1 block, unfortunately. Cassiterite, 35 blocks away. So I think we pretty much tapped this place out. We cleaned it out, right? Let's get the hell out of Dodge. Okay, we're out. I'm not really sure where my house is. But it is very bright outside of the forest. I will be able to see my torches eventually if I can get close to home. That looks like the big-ass mountain. So that, to me, makes me feel like my house is yeah. Yeah, perfect. Fucking, of course. Boom. Let's get somewhere safe. I have 76 bountiful chunks of cassiterite. That's incredible. That's extraordinary. Let's close that up completely. And let's eat. We do have extra food. Let's try to make a second stew ahead of schedule. Two servings of hearty red meat poultry stew with boiled turnip. Fair enough. Lock the fuck in. Yeah. Hey, right on, Chris. That sounds wonderful, buddy. Damn straight. Ugh. Ugh. I have to make more of this shit, the rammed earth. All right, let's crack these open. Couldn't have done better, buddy. Couldn't have done better. Boom. 304 nuggets of cassiterite. That's going to cover us for pretty much the entire game until we get to iron. We're good. We're good on that. I could make, I think, the anvil here. 92. 92. So that would get me 10 units. I need more copper. That would get me 10 ingots, which would basically get me an anvil and a single ingot. But then I would need to choose between making the saw and making another pickaxe, right? So we're going to make sure that we have copper before that. We're going to go get a little bit more copper. Yeah, we have a new meal prepared. We're going to put that in the pantry. And now we need to find some more copper. I don't know where we're gonna do that, but we're just gonna try to do it the exact same way that we did it for the cassiterite, I suppose. Native copper is 66 blocks away from here. Okay, we've instigated aggression. Get our light source out. That was very smooth. We did a good job. Let's harvest them. Okay. Let's see. Native copper is apparently 62 blocks away from here, but isn't malachite also copper? I'm pretty sure malachite is copper. Hey Jesper, good evening, buddy. How are you doing? Who's Dave? I don't remember who Dave is. Is Dave like, I don't know. I don't remember. Wait, no. I'm remembering Dave. Is Dave like the training dummy or something? I don't know. I can't remember. It's been a while. It's been many playthroughs. I'm pretty sure I can use this malachite. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna seek out that malachite then. I've never gotten it before, so 26, 25, 24, 3, 2, 1, 20? Yep. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. There's brown coal right here. 12. Hi, sweetie. 11, 10. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
Copper is on TV.
All right, looks like we're gonna have to head out in a direction now. We have to figure out which direction. Malachite 8 blocks away. I'm gonna go ahead and say that's the direction. Are we going lower? Yes, we are. All right, we have to staircase down in that direction. We're getting very close to the malachite. I have never found malachite before. It's basically a copper substitute. Busy days, you got a shitload of snow around you, huh? 30 to 35 centimeters? God damn. We have like a little drizzle of snow, like... Czech winter is basically like early Canadian autumn. Malachite 8 blocks away from there? Really? It was 7 blocks away up here. Maybe I went too low, it looks like. Okay. Now, we have very limited durability left on our prospecting pick, and I'm hoping to find this malachite before the prospecting pick is broken. It's 4 blocks away from that location right there. We have, oh god, 6 durability? That's like 2 more readings. Oh, that's fucked. Three blocks away from right there. And 2 blocks away from right there. So from that, we've determined that it is lower than our current location. So We just have to dig like slightly down. It's 2 blocks away from this block right here. Oh, there it is. Bountiful malachite. Look at that, dude. That's sick. Okay. Now we're in the money. Our temporal stability, however, is decreasing. / next temp storm. 3.1 days before our next temporal storm. We have plenty of time. And you know what? I won't get my crops planted by the 5th of June. I'm not surprised with all the difficulty that we had in the early game. But I will have them planted probably by the 7th of June at the latest. So we're not that far behind schedule. And then shortly after that, maybe by the 10th, I'll have all my bees done as well. I do wish I had more flax. I only have like 128 flax seeds. It's fucking bunk. But, you know. I should still have roughly enough flax for like, I think 2 full crop plots. We are doing great, and it's easy to overlook the fact that we're already gathering a fuck ton of lime. I might even be able to build my house out of limestone ashlar bricks, right? Apparently those look really nice. Yeah, malachite looks cool. Dave is the giant 4-legged monster in the Temporal Storm. Oh, the ship. Oh, right. Okay, you're talking like the giant thing that kind of struts along. Thunderlord, eh? Oh, that just, like, we should call him the Thunder Cunt 6000. This is a considerably massive vein we have here. There's something else there. That's black coal. We found black coal. But that requires a tier 3 pickaxe to break, so I can't really... I would have to go lower in order to grab this malachite. Which, fair enough. I can do that. And we found brown coal on the way down, which is pretty interesting. We're gonna want a lot of that coal to kind of substitute, like, reduce the cost on our charcoal, because charcoal has very specific uses, things that you need it for. Whenever you can substitute with a different type of coal, you probably should, right? Okay, we reached the far edge of this. It looks like it just winds on and on. Like, I really hope we don't cause a cave-in. I've always had a really strong fear of like a cave-in happening right as soon as your pickaxe breaks. And then you're just like stuck and no way to get out. You're just trapped until you die of exposure, right? Like, no. Nuh-uh. That isn't how vintage I want my story to be. I want my story to be a little less vintage than that. You know what I mean? How much durability do I have left? 32. I don't think I'll be able to finish this mine, but I will try. God, those roof blocks have a instability rating of 100%. Uh, 22 durability left on the pickaxe. Okay, that was horrifying. I think I'm just gonna leave the rest of this here. I do kind of want to break the pickaxe, and then go. I got 12 durability remaining. I have 3 durability left. Enough to break that and grab these and then get the hell out of Dodge before a lethal cave-in happens and traps me in here. All right. Let's eat. Do I not have a bowl? Oh yeah, here it is. All right, let's eat. We couldn't have done a better job here. We're gonna keep this mine and definitely come back to it when we need more. And hey, you know what? It's fucking broad daylight out there. Wait. Leave that there. Little hole indicating where it is, and then mark it with that. You need more copper? That's where you go. I fully read that as when the world is shitting. It's a lore accurate interpretation of the fucking Temporal Storm. That's funny, dude. Yeah, oh, holy fuck. What am I doing? Yeah, the color of malachite is really nice. Anyway, we can now, like, full stop, enter the Bronze Age, guys. We have everything we need. We were able to accomplish it with 2 copper pickaxes and 1 prospector's pick. Let's begin. We have a lot of food cooked already. We got a lot of food that we just can't really do anything with. Let's seal that up. How long do these have? 9 days, 4 days, 7 days, 13 days. They still have time. Let's put the red meat in here instead of the blueberries. Those will spoil quicker. We'll eat the black currants and the blueberries. Or... yeah, you know what? We're all right. We're okay. Can't I, like, place this down like that? Yeah, fresh for 13 days. That doesn't need to be in there. And then I'll put the blueberries back in there. The large hides in. Yeah, because we can use those blueberries to make, what do you call it? So, porridge. Ooh, 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 look at all that copper, dude. That's amazing. Okay. So, let's begin. The Bronze Age awaits, everybody. All right, so that's 3 batches worth of copper, which is, it requires 24 cassiterite to go with it. And then 8 more and 92. 2,000 units of tin bronze. I'm thinking we go all out on this first smelting. All out, buddy. So let's do some math here. Simple math. It won't be too hard to figure out. I am gonna try the splitter plug mold just to see what we come up with. I want to know how many splitter plugs you get. It looks like you'll get 3, which means I would only have to hand forge 1 afterwards. All right, so 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 3,200 units of bronze required. Let's double check the math. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32. It's accurate. 34. All right, where's that calculator? No, not the Schedule 1 calculator. Let's go to my bookmarks. Down here, I think I still... Don't I have it? Vintage Story Alloy Calculator. Yeah, that's the one. Tin bronze. For... Oh, it's... Okay, it's kind of limited in that way. So... I'll have to do it manually. I mean, I could make some extra, but if I can't use it, if I can't pour it into a mold, then I'm causing myself some trouble. Okay, you know what I can do? Let's go to that calculator, the alloy calculator. Go to tin bronze, and we'll try to put in 400, right? So 92 and 8. If I want 4 ingots extra, I need 73 copper and 7 cassiterite. There, 3,400 units of tin bronze. That's huge. That's gonna take a long fucking time. All right, preheat with Pete. And then for 3,400, we're probably gonna need at least 32 coal in there. I'm gonna watch it like a hawk as well when it's almost done. We burned through a bunch of that malachite, buddy. Like, that's huge. That is enormous. All right. Now, while that's... We have to put the shit in it, but while that's preparing, the charcoal, I mean, while that's preparing, we're gonna try to get a bunch of medium fertility soil. Oh, shit. I let all of these torches ruin. That sucks. Anyway, I think the base is spawn-proofed. Anyway, we can make more of those later. Shit. Hang on. Yeah, preheat with Pete, but I gotta do it correctly. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I was wondering why it costed so little to make. That sucks. Okay. All right, I get you. Yeah, the splitter plug mold seems next to useless. But I mean, you know, we'll get started with it at least. Whatever. Let's turn off our light overlay. I have a shitload of limestone already. God, we'll be able to start our leatherworking immediately. It's crazy. Means it's a good thing we're getting all these hides. I need 5 more medium hides and 3 more large hides in order to do 2 batches. Yeah, let's go get some medium fertility soil. I'm just gonna go ahead and put some extra, like 2 extra charcoal in there. That way I know there's enough for it all to finish. We'll come back after a long time away getting some medium fertility soil because we know we're gonna need a bunch of it. Let's go over here, over the hill. I saw some over here. I'll try my best to preserve the visual integrity of the landscape, but it doesn't matter too much, right? This isn't our home right here. We don't live here. How much do I need anyway? 8 per plot, and each farm plot has 16. God, calculator. So 8 plots, 8 8 slots per plot, 16 slots per garden with 3 gardens. So I need 384 medium fertility soil. Fair enough. Green dirt? What do you mean green dirt? What do you mean green dirt?
Wait a minute. What do you mean green dirt?
Right, I'm only gonna actually have enough flax for 1 full farm, I think. Not 2. Yeah, we got kind of screwed on the flax quantity. We could try to find more, but I'm gonna be busy for a while trying to set up the bees and shit. Yeah, that's what I meant, de facto, when I said it was limited. You got it right. I was talking about how, like, I couldn't put in 3,400, right? I had to put in like like 400 in order to fill in the gap type thing. All right, we're gonna go check on that smelting bronze in a second here. I do think I definitely have enough time to like finish gathering all the dirt that I need. Like, it's not even a question. It's gonna take so long for 3,400 units, right? I need 6 stacks of this dirt. I'm currently working on my 4th stack. I'm gonna go ahead and make 2 shovels in a row. Yeah, it's the, it's that Better Pockets mod. Hey, sweetie. I'll get off of here real soon. Yeah, real soon. That's all right, sweetie. Aren't you off tomorrow too? True, true. Yeah, it's the last night we can sleep together. Alright, let's eat. Okay, we are now working on our final stack of medium fertility soil that's required. Final one. We need 6 stacks for the whole garden. Okay, there we go. I now have enough medium fertility soil for the entire garden. Let's head back to base and check on our all of our bronze. Okay, it's just over halfway done. Holy shit, I'm gonna need so many more shovels. We'll start with those for now. All right. Yeah. I think our measurements are sound. Let's head back. Check on the bronze. Oh yeah, it's taken a good long time. All right, let's head back out, continue working on this first crop plot here. Okay. We got an entire crop plot placed down. We're gonna have to hoe it. This is basically like probably our flax plot. I really wish I had enough flax for 2 gardens, but I don't. We got really screwed over with the seeds this time around. I accidentally made an axe, but that's fine. Eventually we'll need it to cut down these trees. Anyway, I want to work on getting this hoed before the grass has time to grow. Otherwise, it's just more work to clear out the grass, right? What practical use does marble serve? You could probably make beautiful structures with it. And on top of that, marble is a substitute for finding limestone when you want to process leather and stuff. Yeah, you can grind up marble stones in order to get lime, which is a critical component for making leather, which can be used to make powerful armor or really good backpacks in the mid-game. All right, we're gonna need one more hoe to finish that plot, but let's go check on the bronze. It's just about done. Yeah, we won't really need this much charcoal. I'll still leave it in there. I want to make sure, right? But let's make that one more hoe that we know we're gonna need. Well, I'm happy to say we pretty much have an entire crop plot done, and this is where we're going to put down our flax. Might not do it this episode, but just having the land placed and tilled, you know, it can be one of the first things we do in the next episode. I'm going to have to make sure that I very quickly build a fence around this place, though. For sure. Yeah, we're going to want that fence before we plant. Okay, it's all done. Let's grab our tongs, equip them to the offhand, collect this, and start pouring. 3,400 units of liquid tin bronze. Yo, Chris, you here? De facto Toast is inquiring about your presence. Okay, Prospector's Pick. Axe, Falk's Blade, Shovel, Hammer, Tin Bronze Pickaxe, Hell of Hammer, and now we just fill all of the ingot molds that we've got. We are I've never done a batch this big before. 3,400 units at once? Never. Like, this is definitely a first for me. There. We still seem to have... Oh, here. Yeah. Done. Alright, we finally have an empty cooking pot. Let's chuck that in here and prepare another meal. Or meals. Meals! All right, there we go. 4 servings of hefty red meat turnip stew. And this is beautiful. Jesus, look at all of this, dude. Amazing. Incredible, as they say in France. This run is looking pretty strong, buddy. Yeah, it's looking really strong. We have a really great start. We found bountiful cassiterite with very little effort. Bountiful malachite as well. We are cooking with gas. We don't have as much flax as I'd like, but I might be able to get more. Once I have the bees set up and once I have all the farms all set up and good to go, I will try to get my hands on more flax seeds, even though we seem to have to go extremely far to get them. Yeah, Beyond Steel. Trying to get the story done. I did find a few treasure map traders. So we'll be able to get the map to the Resonance Archives and try to get that done. And I'm so close to my world spawn that the Resonance Archive probably isn't going to be any more than 5,000 blocks away. It'll be really easy for me to get to it. All right. My base is right here, so I'm ambivalent about, like, putting the bees over here, but I also know that eventually I'm gonna be, like, moving my house. You know what I mean? So until I have a better view of the area, I can't really make that decision. However, when I do move my house, I might even just keep my house here. You know what? Yeah, that seems reasonable to me. So what we'll do then is we're gonna put the bees way over here so that it's like a good distance from our home. And I will convert this plot into a farm right here. And pretty much right as soon as all those bronze tools are finished cooling, that's when I'm gonna want to end the episode. And we'll start bright and early on the morning of day 5. Try to get things going, right? We'll be able to immediately make ourselves a saw, as well as shears, so that I can build the fences to surround these crop plots and get the planks I need for a bucket to keep the soil hydrated, right? Yeah, a lot of stuff happened in the next episode, guys, so don't miss it. Make sure you're here bright and early tomorrow. If you're at work, then hide in the bathroom and watch the stream. You know how it goes around here. Ask yourself one question. Would your boss give you a hard time if you wanted to cash in your vacation days? Sit in the bathroom, watch my stream. Fuck the system. That's right. We're in this together. And don't forget to check out the multiplayer server, by the way. We have a multiplayer server. There's a link to a Discord server in the description of this live stream. You can join in on the fun and play with a whole bunch of people who, like you, enjoy chilling here and like Vintage Story. Or blasting bombs. Hell yeah, that sounds fun. We could make those black powder bombs. I think we found black coal, and I think black coal is what we need for that, right? I think so. All right, guys. Well, I'm just about ready to call this here. It is time for us to wrap up episode 1. It was a hard one day, but we finally got our feet off the ground in a playthrough, and we did that despite the really shitty random world generation that we happened to get. We're still gonna be all right, even though the cards did not exactly fall in our favor. We had to fight tooth and nail to make this playthrough work. And we have every reason to feel proud of what we've managed to achieve here today. And I'm very excited to see where we'll be able to take this playthrough. Let's get all this shit laid out. Okay, second one laid out. We're not gonna bother tilling the land. That's a next episode thing. We're just getting all this medium fertility soil out of our inventory here. All right. Right, that's, this is shitty soil. Get rid of that. Yeah, this is our last stack of medium fertility. This should be all we need to wrap this up. Boom, down to the last 6 soil that was. All right. Yeah, right as soon as we log on tomorrow, we're gonna get all this land tilled and we're gonna add the water. This is where the bees are gonna go, right in here. We don't need to worry about this. It's all leveled out and ready for them. Yeah, our farm plot blocks are pretty much done, buddy. Pretty much done. Other than the tilling and the fencing, but we'll get to that later. For now, we don't even worry about it. Let's eat this. I made more food. Gotta make sure I have at least one of these on me. So we're gonna grab this one. That's our food for the next little while. I may as well just put all this dirt over here. All right, 3, 2, and 1. And then this goes here. All right, guys. It's finally time. Finally time for us to hang our hat on a very successful day of adventure. As you can see, all of these things are hardened. All of our tin bronze goods. We have a full roster of tools. We have 16 ingots. We have our anvil. And, buddy, we even have a helve hammer done. 1 of 2, right, for the future. So let's ride the coattails of a particularly extraordinary start. Very challenging, extremely difficult, but we're still going to salvage it all the same, and it could end up being the greatest playthrough that we've ever had, right? Look at this quote down here. One finds limits by pushing them, and I feel like we've done that today. Let's continue to do it tomorrow. Anyway, everybody, keep love alive, live to forgive, and let redemption ride shotgun. Take care, rock on, and peace out for now. I hope you all have a great night and a wonderful sleep, or a terrific rest of your day, depending on whichever hemisphere you call home. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow for the continuity of our adventure. And I hope that through my adventures, you get ideas for your own. And that you, derive inspiration, that you want to try new things, explore new territories, and push some boundaries, right? Anyway, everybody, we'll see you in a little bit. Hell yeah. Have a good night, everyone. Farewell, everybody.